Steel Angels, Iron Man. Utah Beach, Normandy, France. June 6, 1944. H-hour, 0630 hours. The LCVP bucked like a wounded animal. Salt spray lashed over the ramp, cold as a grave, soaking the 43 men crammed shoulder to shoulder in the landing craft's steel belly. 36 infantry, 4 tankers, 3 Navy crew. Staff Sergeant Eric Thompson, zombie to everyone who knew him, stood third from the ramp. Water sloshed around his boots. His M1 Garand was wrapped in canvas against the spray, bayonet fixed, 8 rounds in the en-bloc clip. 2 more clips in his cartridge belt. 4 fragmentation grenades, entrenching tool, canteen, aid kit, gas mask he'd probably never use. 68 pounds of equipment on a frame that weighed 160 soaking wet. He wasn't wet. He was soaked through. They all were. The craft's diesel engine screamed. The Navy coxswain, some kid from Nebraska with a St. Christopher medal around his neck, fought the wheel as waves tried to broach them. Morning. Light, gray, thin, cheerless, filtered through the mist. Zombie could see the beach now, a dark line between gray water and gray sky. Utah Beach, Terra Green Sector, 4th Infantry Division's landing zone. Behind him, squeezed between riflemen, was Sherman number 27, M4A3 with a 105mm howitzer where the 75 should be, a bunker buster, a pillbox killer, 16 tons of welded steel, cast armor, and Detroit iron, painted olive drab and named in white letters across the howitzer's barrel, Graveyard Shift. The name had been Corporal Eddie Kowalski's idea, the tank's gunner, Polish kid from Pittsburgh who thought he was funny. Get it, Sarge? 'Cause you're zombie, and we work the graveyard shift. Get it? Zombie had gotten it. Everyone got it. The name stuck. Now, Graveyard Shift crouched in the LCVP like a caged beast, tracks secured, engine idling, exhaust pipe coughing diesel smoke that mixed with salt spray and human sweat. The tank's commander, Sergeant First Class Marcus Webb, stood in the turret hatch, goggles down, helmet strap cinched. He caught Zombie's eye. They'd trained together for 8 months. Fort Bragg, Louisiana maneuvers. Final exercises in southern England, where they'd run live fire drills until Zombie's squad could read the tank's movements like a dancer's lead, and the tankers knew exactly where the infantry would be. Symbiosis. That's what their battalion commander had called it. Webb gave Zombie a thumbs up. His face was pale. Everyone's face was pale. The LCVP hit something. A sandbar, a submerged obstacle, and lurched hard right. Men slammed into each other. Someone cursed. Someone else vomited. The stink of it mixed with diesel and ocean. Zombie didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there, staring forward at the ramp, his face blank as a mannequin's. That 1,000-yard stare. The look that had earned him the nickname back in basic. He'd come to Camp Croft, a 17-year-old kid from Millerville, Pennsylvania. Population 800. 1 stoplight. More cows than people. He'd left it 3 years ago, a different person. What he'd seen back home. His father hanging in the barn. Debt notices scattered on the kitchen table. His mother's empty pill bottle had carved something out of him. Left him hollow in places where other men kept fear. So when the drill instructors screamed, Zombie didn't blink. When they ran bayonet drills, Zombie drove steel into straw dummies with the mechanical efficiency of a machine. When they fired live rounds over their heads in the infiltration course, Zombie crawled through mud and barbed wire with his eyes open, unblinking, watching. "That Thompson kid," the DI said. "He's got the stare. He's already dead inside. Walking zombie." The name followed him to the 4th Infantry. His squad learned to love it, because while Zombie might look dead, he made decisions like a man with nothing to lose. Bold, decisive, fast. And on Utah Beach, speed would mean survival. The beach was closer now, close enough to see the obstacles. Ramps, tetrahedrons, curved steel rails welded at angles designed to rip the belly out of landing craft, some topped with teller mines. The tide was supposed to be high enough to cover most of them. Supposed to be. Zombie could see they weren't. The Atlantic Wall, Hitler's fortress Europe, Rommel's handiwork, concrete bunkers, pillboxes, trenches, barbed wire, minefields, machine gun nests, mortar pits, artillery positions zeroed on every meter of beach. Utah was supposed to be the easy beach, lighter defenses than Omaha. The 101st Airborne had dropped inland during the night to secure the causeways. Paratroopers were supposed to have neutralized the heavy guns. Supposed to. Zombie watched the beach through the gray morning light and saw tracers. Red lines cutting through mist. German MG-42s, 1,200 rounds per minute. The Allies called them Hitler's buzzsaws. The sound, when you heard it, was like canvas ripping. By the time you heard it, men were already dying. 30 seconds, the coxswain screamed. Behind Zombie, Corporal Danny Ortega, his second in command, a former high school football star from El Paso, crossed himself. Beside Ortega, Private First Class Jimmy Delacroix, the squad's BAR man from the Louisiana Bayou, checked his Browning automatic rifle for the 5th time. 20 pounds of magazine-fed firepower, 30 caliber slugs, 20-round box magazine. "We're gonna be okay," Delacroix muttered. To himself, to God, to anyone listening. "We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna..." "Shut up, Jimmy," Ortega said, not unkindly. Delacroix shut up. Private Roy Sullivan, Sully, the youngest in the squad at 18, gripped his rifle so hard his knuckles were white. Kid from Iowa, farmer's son, freckles and red hair and a smile that could light up a room. He wasn't smiling now. Next to him, Private Vincent DeMarco, a bricklayer from Queens with forearms like bridge cables, breathed through his nose. Slow, controlled. He'd been the calmest during training, the steadiest, but his eyes kept flicking to the ramp. Private First Class Arthur Brennan, the squad medic, a pharmacy student from Boston who'd enlisted after Pearl Harbor, clutched his aid bag. Inside, morphine syrettes, sulfa powder, bandages, tourniquets. Not enough. Never enough. Private First Class Leonard Hayes, the squad's scout, a coal miner from West Virginia with a knife scar across his left cheek, stared at nothing. He'd been in North Africa, Sicily. He knew what was coming. Private Jackson Moore, tiny, 6'4", 230 pounds, a lumberjack from Oregon, stood beside Hayes. Tiny carried extra ammunition for Delacroix's BAR, 60-round belt, magazines stuffed in every pocket. He'd volunteered for it. "I'm big enough to haul it," he'd said. Private Carl Wojcik, a machinist from Detroit, checked his rifle's action. Open. Close. Open, close, nervous habit. Private Peter Russo, a dock worker from New Jersey, whispered prayers in Italian. His grandmother's prayers, the ones she'd taught him before he shipped out. Private First Class Thomas Chen, the squad's radio man from San Francisco, adjusted the SCR 300 radio strapped to his back. 38 pounds. He'd carry it all the way up the beach, all the way to the bluffs, however far they made it. Private Malcolm Turner, a quiet farm boy from Nebraska, clutched his rifle. He'd barely spoken during training, kept to himself, but he was steady, reliable, good with his hands. 12 men, Zombies Squad, 3rd Squad, 2nd Platoon, Easy Company, 2nd Battalion, 8th Infantry Regiment, was about to drop. Inside graveyard shift, Sergeant Marcus Webb pressed his throat microphone. "Driver, you reading me?" "Lima Charlie, Sarge. Private Ricky Castellano, Brooklyn." "Good driver. Steady hands." He sat in the hull's forward left position, staring at his periscope, hands on the levers that controlled the Sherman's differential steering. "Gunner?" "Here, Corporal Eddie Kowalski, Pittsburgh." The Joker. Right now he sat in the turret, eye pressed to his M38 telescope sight, hand on the traverse control, waiting. "Loader?" "Ready." Private First Class James Hutto, Georgia peach farmer, soft-spoken, strong as an ox. He stood beside Kowalski, a 105mm high-explosive shell already in his arms. "Bow gunner?" "Set." Private Benny Morales, New Mexico, smallest man in the crew. He sat in the hull's forward right position, hands on his .30 caliber machine gun, finger off the trigger, waiting. Webb looked at his crew. Boys. All of them boys. Kowalski was 22, oldest besides Webb. Castellano was 19, Hutto 20, Morales 18. Webb was 28, ancient, a career man, regular Army before the war. He'd trained on Stewart's, then Grant's, now Sherman's. The M4A3 with the 105 was new. Bigger gun, shorter barrel, not great for tank versus tank, perfect for bunkers. And Utah Beach was full of bunkers. "Listen up," Webb said, his voice calm, steady, the voice of a man who'd done this before. He hadn't. None of them had. But his crew didn't need to know he was terrified. "Ramp drops, we roll. Castellano, you floor it, straight ahead. Don't stop for anything. Obstacles, bodies, nothing. We stop, we're a target. We're a pillbox. We die." "Roger." "Kowalski, you acquire targets fast. I'll call them. You smoke them. High explosive. We're not here to kill tanks. We're here to kill bunkers. Got it." "Hutto, you feed him fast. Faster than training. This is real. Men die if we're slow. Understood." "Morales, you suppress. Anything moves, you light it up. Watch for infantry. Ours. Don't shoot zombies, boys." "Won't." Webb nodded. He looked through his periscope. The beach was close now. Smoke drifted across the sand. Explosions flashed orange through the gray. Artillery. Naval guns pounding German positions. Supposed to have been doing it for hours. Supposed to have turned the beach into a moonscape. Supposed to. Webb could see bunkers. Intact. Waiting. 30 seconds. The coxswain screamed again. The LCVP's engine pitch changed. They were slowing, maneuvering. The coxswain looking for a gap in the obstacles, looking for a clear run to the beach. Webb keyed his throat mic one more time. Graveyard shift. This is it. Do your jobs. Stay calm. We trained for this. Hooah, Kowalski said. The others echoed it. Hooah. Webb didn't say what he was thinking. We trained for this, but training didn't have live rounds. Training didn't have Germans trying to kill us. Training didn't have real death. He just gripped the hatch rim and watched the beach rush closer. Zombie heard the change in the engine, felt the craft slow, turn. The coxswain's voice, higher now, stressed, screaming directions to the two sailors working the boat. Left! Left! Gap there! Thread it! The LCVP surged forward. Zombie looked at his men, one by one, made eye contact with each. Ortega nodded. Delacroix swallowed hard, but nodded. Sully's face was pale as milk, but he nodded. DeMarco, Brennan, Hayes, Tiny, Wojcik, Russo, Chen, Turner, all nodded. They were ready as men could be. Remember the drill. Zombie's voice cut through the engine noise. Loud, clear, dead calm. Ramp drops, we go left. Tank goes right. We don't bunch. We don't stop. We move to that first seawall, 200 meters. You run like hell. You keep moving. Somebody falls, you don't stop. Medic gets him. You keep moving. Understood? Understood, they shouted back. Webb! Zombie turned to the tank commander. Webb leaned down from the turret. Yeah? We're going left. You're going right. We'll flank whatever's shooting at you. You suppress whatever's shooting at us. Just like training. Just like training, Webb agreed. It wasn't just like training. They both knew it. But the lie was comforting. 10 seconds, the coxswain screamed. Zombie turned forward, stared at the ramp. His hands didn't shake. His breathing didn't quicken. He just stood there, waiting. Behind him, Ortega muttered, Hail Mary, full of grace. The ramp dropped. The sound was immediate, overwhelming, a physical thing that hit like a fist. Machine gun fire, rifle fire, artillery, mortars, explosions, men screaming, metal screaming, the ocean screaming. The ramp splashed into water 4 feet deep. Zombie ran. The first man off, a rifleman from 1st Squad in a different LCVP that had beached beside theirs, took 3 rounds in the chest before his boots touched sand. He fell backward into the water, disappeared. Zombie didn't stop, didn't look, just ran. The water sucked at his legs, heavy, cold, salt in his mouth, spray in his eyes. He held his rifle high, kept moving. To his right, graveyard shift roared. The Sherman's engine screamed as Castellano gunned it. The tank rolled off the ramp, tracks biting water, then sand. 16 tons of steel surging forward. To Zombie's left, his squad poured out of the LCVP. Ortega, Delacroix, Sully, all of them, running, splashing, fighting the water. Ahead, the beach, 200 meters of sand, wet sand near the water, dry sand higher up. Obstacles scattered across it, tetrahedrons, ramps, logs driven into the ground at angles, some with mines, bodies already, men from earlier waves. 4th Infantry had hit the beach at H hour, It was H+10 now. 10 minutes into the invasion. Felt like 10 years. A mortar round hit the water 30 feet to Zombie's left. The explosion threw water and shrapnel. Someone screamed. Zombie didn't look. Kept running. He reached the wet sand. His boots found. Purchase. He ran faster. Tracers cut the air. Red lines. Horizontal. Coming from a bunker 200 meters ahead. The bunker was concrete. Thick. A firing slit. Muzzle flash visible. MG-42. The buzzsaw sound. Brrp, brrp. Men fell. 4th Infantry. Different company. Different platoon. They'd been crossing the beach. Now they were dying. Zombie ran toward them. Toward the bunker. Left! Left! He screamed at his squad. They veered left. Away from graveyard shift. The tank roared right. Engine howling. Tracks throwing sand. 50 meters up the beach. A German mortar team adjusted their aim. Webb saw them through his periscope. Kowalski, mortar pit, 2 o'clock, 300 meters. Kowalski traversed the turret. The 105's barrel swung right. He found the target in his sight. A pit dug into the sand. 2 Germans. 81 millimeter mortar tube. They were dropping around. Identified. Fire! Kowalski pressed the trigger. The 105 millimeter roared. The Sherman rocked. Inside, the noise was catastrophic. A physical blow to the ears. Hutto was already moving. Breech open. Spent casing ejected. New shell loaded. Up. Kowalski watched through his sight. The high-explosive round hit the mortar pit dead center. The explosion was orange and black. Fire and smoke. Sand geysered. The 2 Germans and the mortar ceased to exist. "Target destroyed!" Kowalski shouted. "Next target!" Webb scanned. Bunker. 12 o'clock. 400 meters. The bunker that was killing 4th Infantry. The MG-42 position. Identified. Fire! The 105 roared again. Zombie saw the bunker explode. 1 second, it was spitting fire. The next, the Sherman's round hit just above the firing slit. Concrete cracked. Dust and smoke poured out. The machine gun went silent. "Move! Move!" Zombie screamed. His squad ran. Ortega beside him. Delacroix panting, BAR clutched in both hands. Sully's face red with exertion. Turner running mechanically. All of them running. They reached a cluster of obstacles, tetrahedrons, welded steel rails. Zombie dove behind one, Ortega beside him. The rest of the squad scattered, finding cover. Zombie looked back. The beach was chaos. LCVPs disgorging men, tanks, trucks, all hitting the beach at once. Some craft hung up on obstacles, others broached. Men in the water, some swimming, some floating face down. Explosions everywhere. Artillery, mortars, naval gunfire still pounding German positions inland. The noise was continuous, unending. And bodies. God, the bodies. Not as many as Omaha would have. Utah's defenses were lighter. The 4th Infantry would suffer 400 casualties today. Omaha would suffer 3,000. But 400 men was still 400 men. Zombie saw a medic, not Brennan, someone else, running toward a wounded soldier. The medic took a round in the leg, fell, crawled. kept trying to reach the wounded man. Zombie tore his eyes away. "Brennan." The medic crawled forward. "Yeah? Anybody hit?" Brennan looked at the squad, counted faces. "We're good. Everybody's up." Miracle. Sheer, stupid miracle. "Hayes," Zombie shouted at the scout. "Where's that seawall?" Hayes pointed. 70 meters ahead, a concrete seawall, 3 feet high. Men from other squads were already there, using it for cover, firing back at German positions. "That's the first stop," Zombie shouted. "We get there, we breathe, then we move again. Ready?" "Ready," Ortega shouted. The others nodded. Sully looked terrified, but nodded. "On 3. 1, 2, 3. They ran. Graveyard shift rolled forward. 30 meters up the beach now. The sand was drier here, firmer. The tracks bit. The Sherman accelerated. "Contact, 10 o'clock, Webb shouted. "Pillbox, 200 meters. A small concrete structure, barely visible, camouflaged. But muzzle flash gave it away. A machine gun, firing at infantry advancing to the right. Identified. Kowalski had it in his sight. Fire. Boom. The 105's high explosive round hit the pillbox like the fist of God. The concrete structure disintegrated. Fire and smoke. The machine gun silent. "Target destroyed. Morales," Webb shouted down into the hull. "Suppress left." Benny Morales swung his Bo 30 caliber machine gun left and opened fire. Tracer rounds cut across the beach. Germans, infantry in trenches, ducked. Some fired back. Rifle rounds pinged off Graveyard Shift's armor. "Buttoned up." Webb dropped into the turret and slammed the hatch. Now they were sealed. Blind except for periscopes. Safer, but blind. Castellano steered toward the seawall. The Sherman crashed through obstacles. Bent steel, wood splintered. Nothing stopped 16 tons of moving armor. "Mines!" Castellano shouted. "Keep going," Webb ordered. "We stop, we die." The Sherman rolled over a section of sand marked with signs. "Achtung Minen," German mine markers. Nothing exploded. Dummy field. Rommel's trick. Make the Allies think there were mines where there weren't. Make them hesitate. Graveyard Shift didn't hesitate. The tank reached. The seawall. Crashed through it. Concrete crumbled under the tracks. The Sherman climbed, paused, bellied over, rolled forward onto the inland side. Now they were off the beach, 50 meters inland, in the dunes. Scrub grass, more obstacles, trenches, wire, and Germans. "Contact front," Webb shouted. A squad of German infantry, maybe 8 men. Here, Wehrmacht. Not SS, regular army. They were retreating from the beach, running toward a secondary defensive line. One of them carried a Panzerfaust, shaped charge anti-tank weapon. One shot, 60 meters effective range. He turned, raised the tube. "Gunner, infantry, 12 o'clock, 50 meters. Kowalski traversed. Too slow. The 105 was meant for bunkers, not infantry. "Morales!" Webb screamed. Benny Morales was already firing. The 30 caliber chattered. Tracers cut across the dunes. The German with the Panzerfaust took 3 rounds in the chest. Fell backward. The Panzerfaust tube clattered to the ground, unfired. The other Germans scattered, dove into trenches. Kowalski, trench, 1 o'clock. He, identified, fire. The 105 belched fire. The HE round hit the trench, exploded. Dirt and body parts flew. Silence from the trench. Target destroyed. Webb popped the hatch, looked back toward the beach. Zombies' squad was at the seawall, all 12, still alive, firing at German positions. Webb keyed his throat mic to the infantry frequency. Zombie, this is Graveyard. We're 50 meters inland. Seawall's clear. Come on. Zombie pressed his radio handset to his ear, heard Webb's voice through the static. Copy, Graveyard. We're moving. He turned to his squad. Tanks inland. Let's go. They climbed over the seawall, dropped into the dunes beyond. Immediately, rifle fire cracked. Germans in a trench 80 meters ahead. Mauser Kar 98K rifles. Bolt action. Accurate. A round zipped past Zombie's head, close enough to hear. Contact front, he screamed. His squad hit the dirt. Delacroix brought his BAR up, 20-round magazine. He fired in controlled bursts. 5 rounds. Pause. 5 rounds. Pause. Suppressing fire. The Germans ducked. Ortega, Hayes, flank left, Zombie ordered. The 2 men crawled left, fast, low, using the dunes for cover. DeMarco, Turner, flank right. The 2 men moved right. Delacroix, keep him down. The BAR hammered. Bang, 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 bang. Zombie grabbed Chen. Get on the radio. Tell Graveyard we've got a trench at 80 meters. Need HE. Chen adjusted the SCR 300, keyed the handset. Graveyard, Zombie actual. Trench, 80 meters north of seawall. Request HE. Over. Webb's voice crackled back. Roger, Zombie. Stand by. Graveyard shift traversed its turret. Kowalski found the trench in his sight. Identified. Fire. Boom. The 105's shell screamed overhead. Zombie and his squad pressed flat. The round hit the trench. Exploded. Dirt mushroomed. Smoke. Up. Go, Zombie shouted. The squad surged forward, rifles ready. They reached the trench. Germans, 4 of them, dead, shredded by the explosion. 1 still moving, whimpering, missing a leg. Brennan slid into the trench, looked at the German. Young, maybe 19, blonde, blue eyes wide with shock. Medic, the German gasped. Sanitata. Brennan pulled a morphine syringe from his aid bag, jabbed it into the German's thigh, squeezed. The German's eyes fluttered. The morphine hit. His whimpering stopped. We can't take him, Zombie said, flat, emotionless. Brennan knew. I know. They left the German in the trench, alive but dying. The morphine would make it easier. War wasn't about saving enemies. The squad moved on. By H+30, Zombie's squad and Graveyard shift had pushed 300 meters inland. Behind them, Utah Beach was a churning factory of men and material. Thousands of soldiers pouring off landing craft, tanks, trucks, engineers blowing obstacles, medics dragging wounded. The dead left where they fell. No time yet for graves registration. Ahead, the German defensive line. Not the Atlantic Wall itself, that was the beach. This was the fallback position. Trenches, bunkers, machine gun nests, mortar pits, connected by communication trenches, designed to channel attackers into kill zones. And it was working. 4th Infantry was stalling, companies pinned down, platoons taking casualties, the advance slowing. Zombies' squad crouched in a crater, artillery, maybe naval gunfire, and surveyed the defenses. Jesus, Ortega muttered. Ahead, a large bunker, concrete, thick walls, firing slits on 3 sides. A 75mm anti-tank gun visible in the main slit. The gun was pointed down the beach approach, waiting for Sherman tanks. Around the bunker, trenches, wire, mines, real ones this time. And Germans, maybe a platoon, 30, 40 men. That's our next target, Zombie said. That's suicide, Sully whispered, his first words since the landing. Zombie looked at him, that dead stare. You're already dead, Sully. You just don't know it yet. Sully blinked, stared back, then nodded. Something in Zombie's words, the calm certainty, steadied him. Chen, get Graveyard on the line. Chen keyed the radio. Graveyard, Zombie actual. Over. Graveyard here. Go. We've got a bunker. Big one. 75mm AT gun. 30+ infantry. We need you. Over. Silence. Then Webb's voice. Roger, where are you? 300 meters inland, north of the beach exit. Bunkers oriented west. We're east of it. Over. Copy. We're moving to you. 2 minutes. Out. Zombie looked at his squad. Tank's coming. We're gonna hit that bunker together. Tank takes the gun. We take the infantry. Clear? Clear, Ortega said. The others nodded. 2 minutes felt like 2 hours. Graveyard shift rumbled toward Zombie's position. The Sherman had already killed 3 bunkers, 2 machine gun nests, a mortar pit. Kowalski was getting faster. Hutto's loading time was down to 6 seconds, faster than training. Webb saw Zombie's squad in the crater. He keyed the infantry net. Zombie, Graveyard, we see you. Where's the bunker? 50 meters, you're 11 o'clock. Webb looked, saw it. Big concrete structure, AT gun visible. Seen. We're gonna flank left, draw their fire. You hit them from the right, suppress the trenches. We'll kill the bunker. Roger. Ready when you are. Webb dropped into the turret. Castellano, left. 50 meters. Stop at that berm. Roger. The Sherman pivoted, rolled left, stopped behind a low berm. The bunker was now at 12 o'clock. 70 meters. Kowalski, bunker. 105. Dead center. Identified. Wait for my command. Waiting. Webb popped the hatch, waved at Zombie, gave a thumbs up. Zombie returned it. Then Zombie turned to his squad. When the tank fires, we move. Delacroix, you and Tiny lay down fire on those trenches. Everybody else, with me. We're going in. Close assault. Grenades, rifles, fast. Understand? Hooah, Ortega said. Hooah, the others echoed. Even Sully. Zombie looked at Webb, raised his hand, chopped it forward. Webb dropped into the turret. Kowalski, fire! The 105 roared. The HE round hit the bunker's front face, right of the AT gun slit. The explosion cracked concrete. Dust and smoke poured out. The AT gun swung toward the Sherman. Too slow. "Reload," Webb screamed. Otto slammed another shell home. "Up! Fire!" Boom! The second round hit the same spot. The bunker's front face crumbled. The AT gun and its crew disappeared in the explosion. "Target destroyed. Morales, suppress the trenches." Benny Morales opened up with the bow gun. Tracers cut across the German positions. Dirt kicked up. Germans ducked. Zombie and his squad ran. Delacroix and Tiny stayed in the crater. Delacroix's BAR hammered. Tiny fed him magazines. 20 rounds. Reload. 20 rounds. Reload. Continuous fire. The other 10 men sprinted toward the trenches. 50 meters. 40. 30. A German soldier popped up, raised his rifle. Sully shot him. Center mass. The German fell back. 20 meters. Zombie pulled a grenade. Yanked the pin. "Frag out!" He tossed it through the firing slit. The grenade arced, landed in the trench, exploded. Screams. Ortega threw his grenade. Hayes threw his. Turner threw his. Boom, boom, boom. The squad hit the trench line. Jumped in. Close quarters. Brutal. Savage. Zombie's bayonet found a German's gut. Twisted. Pulled free. The German fell. Ortega shot another. Point blank. The man's head snapped back. DeMarco, big, strong DeMarco, grabbed a German and threw him against the trench wall. The man's skull cracked. He slid down, leaving a smear. Wojciech's rifle jammed. He used it as a club. Swung, connected with a German's jaw. Bone broke. Tiny appeared. Massive. He grabbed a German soldier, a boy really, couldn't have been 18, and lifted him bodily. Threw him out of the trench. The boy landed hard, didn't get up. Rousseau fired into a dugout. 3 Germans inside. His M1 barked. 8 shots. Ping. The en-bloc clip ejected. He reloaded. Fast, smooth, training taking over. Chen, burdened by the radio, used his carbine. Lighter, shorter, 15-round magazine. He fired into smoke and shadows. Didn't know if he hit anything. Didn't matter. Just pulled the trigger. Turner, quiet Turner, moved with methodical efficiency. His rifle barked. Once, twice, 3 times. Each shot deliberate. Each one a kill. Brennan didn't fire. He watched. Waited. Ready to patch whoever got hit. Nobody got hit. 30 seconds. That's how long it took. The trench was clear. 12 Germans dead. Maybe more. The smoke and dust made it hard to count. Zombies' squad stood in the trench, panting. Hands shaking now. Adrenaline dump. Sully vomited. Leaned against the trench wall and retched. Nobody said anything. Brennan. Casualties? Zombie's voice, steady. Calm. None. We're good. Another miracle. Ortega, secure this position. Hayes, scout ahead. See what's between us and the next line. On it. Hayes climbed out of the trench, disappeared into the smoke. Zombie keyed his radio. Graveyard, Zombie. Bunkers down. Trenches secure. Nice shooting. Over. Webb's voice came back. Relief evident. Copy, Zombie. You guys okay? We're up. Nobody hit. Roger. We're moving to you. Graveyard shift rolled forward. Stopped beside the trench. Webb climbed out of the turret. Looked down at Zombie. Hell of a thing, Webb said. Yeah. They stood there, tank commander and infantry sergeant, brothers in this insanity. Behind them, the beach churned. Ahead, France waited. And somewhere between, men would keep dying. Hayes returned 3 minutes later. The scout moved like smoke through the broken landscape, low, fast, using every scrap of cover. He dropped into the trench beside Zombie. Sir, Hayes's West Virginia drawl was thick with tension. Second line's 200 meters ahead. More bunkers. I counted 3. Heavy machine guns. Mortars. Looks like a company strength position. Maybe more. Zombie nodded, pulled out his map. The paper was water-stained, torn at the edges. He oriented it, comparing terrain features to what he could see through the smoke and dust. Here? He pointed. Hayes leaned in. Yeah, that's it. Right on the world ended. The German artillery barrage arrived without warning. No whistle, no scream, just sudden, catastrophic violence. The first shell, 105 millimeter, fired from a battery 3 kilometers inland, hit 30 meters from the trench. The explosion was white-hot, a physical hammer that slammed the air from lungs and left ears ringing in frequencies that didn't exist. Zombie was thrown against the trench wall. His helmet rang like a bell. Dirt rained down. Something hot stung his face. Shrapnel, small piece, just a scratch. And then the second shell hit. Closer, 20 meters. The concussion wave rolled over them. Sully screamed. Zombie saw his mouth open, saw the terror in his face, but heard nothing except high-pitched ringing. The third shell hit 10 meters away. The trench partially collapsed. The walls, carved dirt, hastily reinforced with logs, caved inward. Ortega disappeared under a cascade of sand and stone. Ortega! Zombie couldn't hear his own voice. He crawled forward, grabbed at the dirt, started digging. Hands appeared. DeMarco, Turner, both digging, frantic. Another shell. Another. The Germans had them ranged. Forward observers, hidden somewhere in the dunes, maybe in a church steeple kilometers inland, were calling corrections, walking the barrage right onto the captured position. Standard doctrine. Let the Americans take the first line. Let them bunch up, celebrate their small victory, then annihilate them. Graveyard shift was moving when the barrage started. Webb had been standing in the turret, hatch open, surveying the terrain ahead, planning the next push. He saw Hayes return to the trench, saw Zombie and his scout conferring over a map, saw the first shell hit. Incoming! Webb dropped into the turret, slammed the hatch. Castellano, reverse! Get us out of here! The Sherman lurched backward, tracks spinning. The tank had been idling 20 meters from the trench, close, support position. And now, Castellano threw it in reverse, engine screaming. A shell hit where they'd been, direct hit. If they'd stayed, the Sherman would have been mission killed, maybe worse. Left, go left, Webb shouted. Castellano pivoted the tank. Another shell hit right, close enough that the explosion rocked the Sherman. Shrapnel pinged off the armor. Sounded like hail on a tin roof. Bunker, 3 o'clock. Webb had spotted it through his periscope. A small pillbox, 50 meters away. Muzzle flash. A German observer inside with a radio, calling fire corrections. Kowalski, scene. The gunner was already traversing. The 105 swung right. Fire! Boom! The HE round hit the pillbox dead center. The concrete structure disintegrated. The muzzle flash stopped. The radio stopped. But the barrage didn't. The German battery was firing on pre-registered coordinates now. Methodical, systematic, blanketing the entire area. Didn't matter that their observer was dead. They'd keep firing until ordered to stop. And they hadn't been ordered to stop. Zombie pulled Ortega from the dirt. The corporal was alive, gasping, blood streaming from his nose, his eyes unfocused. Danny, look at me." Zombie grabbed Ortega's face, forced eye contact. Ortega blinked. Recognition filtered back. I'm okay." He wasn't okay. None of them were okay. Another shell hit, 40 meters. Then another, 20. The barrage was walking back toward them. Methodical, precise. "Out! Everybody out of the trench!" Zombie screamed. Could barely hear himself over the ringing in his ears. "Move! Now!" His squad scrambled, climbing, crawling. Tiny grabbed Sully. The kid was frozen, paralyzed with terror, and physically hauled him up and over the trench lip. Brennan helped Ortega. The medic's aid bag was covered in dirt, but his hands were steady, always steady. They scattered. Infantry doctrine. Don't bunch under artillery. Spread out. Make yourself a harder target. Delacroix ran left. His BAR clutched against his chest like a child. Bojic ran right. Slipped. Fell. Got up. Kept running. Chen, burdened by the 38-pound radio, lumbered forward. The SCR 300 slowed him, made him a target, but he didn't drop it. Couldn't. It was their lifeline to battalion, to air support, to survival. Rousseau ran, prayed, ran. His grandmother's Italian prayers mixed with English curses. Hayes, the scout, the veteran, moved with purpose. Not running blindly, analyzing, looking for cover. Found a crater, dove in. DeMarco followed. The bricklayer from Queens knew explosions, knew buildings falling, knew what killed you and what didn't. He grabbed Turner's shoulder, pointed at the crater. The farm boy nodded. They ran for it together. A shell hit between them and the crater. The explosion caught them mid-stride. Tiny took the worst of it. A piece of shrapnel, jagged steel, spinning, red hot, hit him in the side. Punched through his uniform, through his skin, through his ribs. The big man went down like a felled tree. Turner was hit by the blast wave, thrown sideways. He landed hard. His head struck a rock embedded in the ground. The impact was catastrophic. Skull fracture. Massive trauma. He died instantly. Didn't even know what hit him. DeMarco was thrown forward but intact. He hit the ground hard, stunned, his ears ringing worse than before, everything muffled, distant. He looked back, saw Tiny lying on his back, saw blood, too much blood, saw Turner motionless, unnatural angle, dead. "Medic!" DeMarco's voice sounded far away, underwater. "Medic!" Brennan was already running. The medic moved through the barrage like a man possessed. Shells exploded around him. Left, Right. Behind. He didn't stop. Didn't duck. Just ran. Aid bag clutched in one hand. Sulfa powder. Bandages. Morphine. Not enough. Never enough. He reached Tiny. Dropped to his knees. The wound was bad. Right side. Below the ribs. Shrapnel had torn through the latissimus dorsi. Maybe punctured the liver. Hard to tell. Too much blood. Tiny. Jackson, stay with me. Brennan ripped open the big man's uniform. Blood poured out. Dark. Venous. That was good. Not arterial. Arterial would have been spurting. Bright red. Would have meant he was dead in minutes. This meant he was dead in tens of minutes. Unless Brennan could stop it. He pulled a compress from his aid bag. Slapped it against the wound. Pressed down. Hard. Tiny groaned. His eyes fluttered open. Hurts. Tiny's voice was weak, thready. I know it hurts. Stay with me, Jackson. Stay with me. Brennan pulled a sulfa packet, tore it open with his teeth, poured the powder into the wound. Tiny screamed. The sulfa burned like acid, but it would kill infection, might save his life, if he lived long enough for infection to matter. Another compress. Pressure. Brennan leaned his weight on the wound. The blood slowed. Didn't stop, but slowed. DeMarco, help me, Brennan shouted. The bricklayer crawled over, his face pale, shocked, but his hands worked. He pressed down where Brennan indicated, putting his considerable strength into it. Brennan pulled a morphine syringe, jabbed it into Tiny's thigh, squeezed. The big man's face relaxed, the morphine hitting, dulling the pain. We gotta move him, Brennan shouted over the barrage. Where? DeMarco looked around. Shells were still falling. No safe place. No. A crater, 20 meters away. Hayes and some others were in it. There, help me carry him. DeMarco nodded. The two men grabbed Tiny, Brennan under the shoulders, DeMarco grabbing the big man's legs, careful of the wound, and they lifted. God, he was heavy. 230 pounds of muscle and bone and bleeding meat. They ran. A shell hit behind them. The concussion pushed them forward. They stumbled, kept moving, reached the crater, fell into it. Hayes grabbed Tiny's shoulders, helped lower him down. The big man's breathing was ragged, wet sounding. Brennan, Tiny's voice barely audible. Save your strength, Jackson. You're gonna be okay. A lie. Probably a lie. But what else do you say? Zombie had lost sight of his squad. The barrage had scattered them. Standard tactic. Survive first, rally later. He was in a shallow depression, barely cover, just enough to get his head down, and he pressed himself flat against the dirt while the world exploded around him. His ears rang, his head pounded. That scratch on his face, small, meaningless, bled into his eye. He wiped it. His hand came away red. Where is everyone? He lifted his head, looked. Smoke, dust, craters, fires burning. The bunker they'd captured was gone. A direct hit had collapsed it entirely. Anyone still in there was dead. Movement. Left. Someone running. Rousseau, the dock worker from New Jersey. He was sprinting toward a crater, dove in, made it. More movement. Right. Wojcik and Chen together. The machinist and the radio man. They were crawling, low, fast, heading for the same crater Hayes had found. Where was Zombie? Ortega. The corporal was 30 meters away. behind a destroyed German truck. The vehicle was burning, black smoke pouring from it. Not good cover, but better than nothing. Zombie army crawled toward him, slow, elbows and knees, rifle cradled in his arms, 40 pounds of equipment dragging at him. Every meter took forever. A shell hit close, too close. Dirt rained down. Something hit his back, debris, rock, something, and knocked the wind from him. He gasped, kept crawling, reached Ortega, rolled into cover beside him. "You hit?" Ortega shouted. "No. You? I'm good. Where's everybody else?" "Scattered. We gotta..." The truck exploded. The German barrage had hit the fuel tank. The explosion was different from the artillery. Not concussive, consuming. A fireball rolled over the truck. Heat, flame, burning gasoline sprayed outward. Zombie and Ortega threw themselves flat. The heat washed over them. Intense, searing. Zombie's exposed skin, hands, neck, face, felt like it was burning. Then it was gone. The fireball dissipating, rising, black smoke in its place. "Go! Go!" Zombie grabbed Ortega. They ran away from the burning truck, into the smoke, using it for concealment. Ran blind. Just ran. They hit something. A crater. Fell into it. Others were there. DeMarco, Brennan, Hayes, Wojcik, Chen, Rousseau, and Tiny. Lying on his back, his face pale, gray, his breathing shallow. "How bad?" Zombie asked Brennan. The medic didn't look up. "Bad. Can you move him?" "Not yet. He'll bleed out." Zombie nodded, turned to the others, started counting. "Delacroix? Sully? Where's..." "Here!" Delacroix's voice. The BAR man crawled over the crater's lip, dropped in. His face was black with smoke, his hands shaking, but he was alive. "Sully?" Silence. "Sully?" Zombie looked at each man. "Where's Sully?" Nobody answered. Zombie crawled to the crater's edge, looked out. The barrage was slowing. The Germans were adjusting fire, walking it away from this position, targeting something else. New Americans pushing inland. In the lull, Zombie scanned the landscape. Bodies, scattered, some moving, some not. 4th Infantry had taken casualties. How many, he didn't know. Dozens, maybe more. And there, 50 meters away, a small figure, red hair visible even through the smoke and dust. Sully. The kid was lying on his back, not moving. "I see him." Zombie started to climb out of the crater. Hayes grabbed his arm. "Sarge, wait. That's Sully. The barrage is moving away. I'm getting him." Zombie pulled free, climbed out, ran low and fast. Ortega was right behind him. "You don't go alone." They covered the 50 meters in seconds, dropped beside Sully. The kid was alive, his eyes open, blinking, but he wasn't moving. "Sully, Roy, can you hear me?" Zombie grabbed the kid's shoulder. Sully's mouth moved. No sound came out. Zombie looked down, saw why. The kid's legs were gone. Not gone entirely, but mangled, shredded. A shell must have landed close, maybe 5 meters, had sent shrapnel through both legs, below the knees. The bones were shattered, visible through torn flesh, white against red. Tourniquets. Sully had already applied them. Both legs, above the wounds. He'd done it himself. Training kicking in even through shock. Smart kid. Farm kid. Used to injuries. Used to animals bleeding. Knew what to do. But he was dying anyway. "Brennan!" Zombie screamed. "Brennan!" The medic was already coming. He'd seen Zombie run, followed, his aid bag bouncing against his hip. He reached them, looked at Sully's legs. His face went blank. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," Ortega whispered. Brennan dropped to his knees, checked the tourniquets. They were good, tight, applied correctly. But the bleeding hadn't entirely stopped. Couldn't. Too much tissue damage. "Morphine," Brennan said, his voice flat, professional. The voice of a man doing a job he knew wouldn't matter. He pulled a Surette, jabbed it into Sully's thigh, the right one, above the tourniquet, squeezed, then pulled another, jabbed the left, squeezed again. 2 Surettes, double dose. Protocol said 1, but protocol was for wounds you could survive. Sully's eyes focused, the morphine cutting through the shock. He looked at Zombie. "Sarge," his voice weak, childlike. "I'm here, Roy. I'm right here. I can't feel my legs." "That's the morphine. It's good. You're okay." A lie. The kindest lie. Sully nodded, believed it, wanted to believe it. "My ma," his voice breaking. "Tell my ma." "You'll tell her yourself. We're getting you out of here." "Sarge." "Ortega, help me lift him." They grabbed Sully. Brennan supported the legs, what was left of them, and they lifted. The kid weighed nothing, 140 pounds soaking wet. Now maybe 130 with the blood loss. They ran back toward the crater. Halfway there, Sully stopped breathing. Brennan felt it. The change, the slackening, the absence. "Stop! Stop!" He lowered the legs, put his hand on Sully's chest. No rise, no fall. Brennan tilted Sully's head back, checked his airway. Clear. Put his ear to the kid's mouth. No breath. 2 fingers to the carotid. No pulse. "Brennan?" Zombie's voice, tight. The medic looked up, shook his head. No, we just got him. He was talking." Shock. Blood loss. "He's gone, Sarge. Do something. You're a medic. There's nothing." Brennan's voice cracked. He lost too much blood. The morphine probably stopped his heart. "He's gone." Zombie stared down at Sully. The kid's eyes were still open, blue, bright, empty now. His freckled face pale. That red hair, so distinctive, so Iowa farm boy, matted with blood and dirt. 18 years old. Zombie reached down, closed the kid's eyes, then stood. "Leave him." "Sarge," Ortega started, "we can't carry him. We've got Tiny. We've got to move." "Leave him." The words came out flat, emotionless. That dead voice. But inside, something cracked. They made it back to the crater, laid Sully's body at the edge, covered him with a shelter half a tent, standard issue. Every man carried one. Not a burial, not even close, but something. The squad sat in the crater. 10 men now, 12 minus 2, and Tiny was fading. The big man's breathing had gone from ragged to rattling. Wet sounds, blood in his lungs. The shrapnel had done more damage than Brennan had thought. Internal bleeding, maybe a punctured lung. "How long?" Zombie asked, quietly. Brennan shook his head. "Minutes, maybe an hour. I can't. There's nothing." "I know." Tiny's eyes opened, focused on Zombie. "Sarge." "Yeah, Jackson, I'm here." "Sully?" "He didn't make it." Tiny nodded. Tears leaked from his eyes. "Good kid." "Yeah. My ma. Tell my ma." "You'll tell her. Don't lie to me." Tiny coughed. Blood flecked his lips. "I know. I can feel it." Zombie knelt beside him, took the big man's hand. It was cold, clammy. "What do you want me to tell her?" Tiny smiled. Weak, fading. Tell her I wasn't scared." "You weren't, liar." But Tiny was still smiling. Tell her I did good." "You did. You carried the bar ammo. You hauled Sully when he froze. You did good, Jackson." "Okay." Tiny's eyes drifted closed. That's okay." Then, his breathing slowed, each breath longer than the last, then stopped. Brennan checked, shook his head. Zombie let go of Tiny's hand, stood, looked at his squad. 9 men, 12 minus 3. And the day had barely started. The German barrage ended at H+45. Silence descended. Relative silence. Distant explosions. Small arms fire. The continuing thunder of naval guns pounding German positions kilometers inland. But here, in this crater, silence. Zombie's radio crackled. Chan adjusted the SCR-300. "All units, this is Battalion. Artillery barrage has ceased. Advance continues. Push to second defensive line. We need that high ground. Over." Chan looked at Zombie, waiting. Zombie keyed the handset. "Battalion, Zombie actual. We've taken casualties. 3 KIA. Multiple wounded. Over." "Roger, Zombie. Consolidate and continue advance. Reinforcements coming up behind you. Battalion out." Zombie lowered the radio, looked at his men. Ortega's face was grim. Blood still crusted under his nose from when the trench collapsed. Delacroix clutched his BAR like a security blanket. His hands had stopped shaking. Now they were just numb. Hayes, the veteran, stared at nothing. He'd seen men die before. North Africa, Sicily, didn't make it easier. DeMarco's face was spattered with Tiny's blood. He hadn't wiped it off. Didn't seem to notice. Wojcik's hands moved mechanically, checking his rifle. Loading, unloading, loading. Not conscious thought, just motion. Russo's lips moved in silent prayer. Chen sat with the radio, the weight of it suddenly more than physical. Brennan looked at his hands. They were red, soaked. He had a canteen, could wash them. Didn't. And Zombie. Staff Sergeant Eric Thompson. That 1,000-yard stare. That dead man's face. He felt nothing. No, That wasn't true. He felt everything. Sully's eyes closing. Tiny's hand going cold. The weight of 3 dog tags he'd have to collect. The letters he'd have to write. Dear Mrs. Sullivan, your son died 30 minutes after landing. He was scared. He was 18. He bled out in the sand while I lied to him. Dear Mrs. Moore, your son lasted an hour. He was brave. He carried ammunition. He died asking me to tell you he wasn't scared. He was. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Turner, your son died instantly. He never knew what hit him. That's something. But Zombie's face showed none of it. Just that blank stare. On your feet, he said, his voice calm, steady, dead. His squad looked at him. We've got orders. We move to the second line. We've got work to do. The bodies, Russo started. Graves' registration will get them. We keep moving. Sarge, Brennan's voice. We keep moving, Brennan. That's the job. The medic nodded, wiped his hands on his pants. Didn't help. They were still red. Get your ammunition. Check your weapons. We move in 2 minutes. The squad moved. Checking, loading, preparing. Zombie looked back at the bodies. Turner, Sully, Tiny. 3 boys, dead. He pulled their dog tags, added them to his pocket. 3 sets, 3 weights. Then he turned away, faced forward, toward the second line, toward more Germans, toward more fighting, toward more dying. That was the job. Keep moving, keep fighting, until it was over. Or until you joined the dead. Either way was fine. Zombie just didn't care anymore. And that made him the most dangerous kind of soldier. The kind who'd already died, but hadn't stopped moving yet. A zombie indeed. They didn't get 20 minutes. Zombie was checking his map, water-stained, blood-spotted, folded wrong, when Chen's radio crackled. All units, battalion. German counterattack inbound. Armor confirmed. Panzer IV sighted at grid 482. Moving your direction. Estimate contact in 5 minutes. Hold your positions. Air support requested but unavailable. You are weapons free. Battalion out. Silence. Every man within earshot had heard it. Panzer IV. The name carried weight. The German Panzer IV was no tiger, not the monster that haunted tanker nightmares, but it was good. Better armor than the Sherman. Better gun. The long-barreled 75 millimeters could punch through a Sherman's frontal armor at 1,000 meters. And graveyard shift had limited ammunition, an exhausted crew, and had been fighting for hours. Zombie looked at Webb. The tank commander had heard it too. His face was grim. Can you fight? Zombie asked. Do I have a choice? No. Then yeah, I can fight. Webb turned to his crew. They were sitting beside the Sherman, eating cold rations. K-rations, crackers and cheese that tasted like cardboard. Mount up. We've got company. Castellano's face went pale. Panzers? 1, maybe more. Mount up. Now. The crew scrambled. Back into the tank. Back into the steel coffin that had nearly killed them already. Zombie turned to the lieutenant who'd arrived with reinforcements. Lieutenant Marcus Hendricks, 24 years old, West Point, class of 43, smart, competent, But this was his first combat. He'd come up with 4th Platoon, 30 fresh men, just after the barrage ended. "Sir, we need to set up a defensive position. That panzer's coming for us. We need to—" "I know." Hendricks was already thinking. West Point tactics, envelopment, kill zones, interlocking fields of fire. The bunker complex. Use it. Get your men in those trenches. Set up the BAR to cover the approach. Everyone else, firing positions. If that panzer gets close, we hit it with everything." "What about the tank?" Ortega asked. "Graveyard can't win a straight fight with a Panzer IV." "Then we don't give them a straight fight," Webb said. He'd climbed back into the turret. "We ambush them. Let them come close. Flank shot. Side armor's weaker." "How close?" Zombie asked. 200 meters, maybe less." "That's danger close." "I know." Webb looked at Zombie. "But it's our only chance. That long 75 on the Panzer will tear us apart at range. We need close. We need side armor. We need surprise." Zombie nodded. "Then we give it to you. Get in position. We'll draw them toward us." "Zombie," Webb started. "Get in position, Marcus. We'll be fine." "A lie. Maybe. But what else do you say?" The squad moved fast. Into the trenches. The German trenches they'd cleared earlier. Bodies still lay there. German dead. No time to move them. Just step over them. Take their positions. Delacroix set up his BAR. Bipod deployed. 20-round magazine loaded. He had 3 more magazines. 80 rounds. After that, he was done. "Make them count," Zombie said. "Always do, Sarge." Hayes positioned himself in a forward crater. Scout. Observer. He'd see the Germans first. Call targets. Ortega took the left flank. DeMarco the right. Wojcik, Russo, and Chen in the center trench. Brennan behind them, ready to patch whoever got hit. 9 men. Against how many Germans? Battalion said 1 Panzer. But tanks didn't travel alone. Infantry support. Always infantry. Maybe a platoon. Maybe more. Hendricks spread 3rd Platoon across the remaining positions. 39 Americans total, counting Zombie's 9. Dug in. Waiting. Graveyard shift pulled back. Found a hull-down position. Sherman hidden behind a berm. Only the turret visible. Good defensive position. But if the Panzer spotted them first, the Sherman would die before it got a shot off. So they had to make sure the Panzer didn't spot them first. Zombie keyed his radio. "Hayes, you see anything?" The scout's voice came back, calm, professional. "Negative. Not yet." "Wait." Silence. "Hayes?" "I see them. Infantry. 200 meters, moving this way. Squad strength. Maybe more behind them. Can't see the tank yet." "Copy. Keep watching." Zombie looked at his men. They were ready. As ready as you could be. Rifles loaded. Grenades within reach. Eyes forward. "Remember," Zombie said quietly. "Infantry first. Kill them fast. The tank's secondary. Webb will handle the tank. We handle the infantry. Clear?" "Clear," Ortega said. The others nodded. Zombie checked his rifle. 8 rounds. On block clip. 1 in the chamber. Bayonet fixed. 2 more clips in his belt. 2 grenades. Not much, but enough. It had to be enough. The German infantry appeared 2 minutes later. They moved cautiously. Combat veterans. They'd seen what the Americans had done to the bunker complex, knew they were walking into defended positions. But orders were orders. Counterattack. Retake the high ground. Push the Americans back. So they advanced. 15 men. Here, Wehrmacht regulars, led by an Oberfeldwebel, Master Sergeant, 30 years old, veteran of Poland, France, Russia. Hard man, competent, but outnumbered. He knew it. His men knew it. But they advanced anyway, because that's what soldiers do. Hayes watched them through his binoculars. Counted. 15. All carrying Kar 98K rifles. 2 with MP40 submachine guns. 1 with a Panzerfaust, anti-tank rocket. No MG42. Small blessing. Zombie, Hayes. 15 contacts. Infantry. 1 AT rocket. No support weapons visible. Panzers behind them. I can hear the engine. Can't see it yet. Copy. Hold fire until I give the word. Roger. The Germans advanced. 150 meters. 100. 75. Zombie watched them. Waited. Let them come. The German sergeant sensed something. Wrong. Too quiet. He held up a fist. His squad stopped. Halt, he said quietly. Too late. Fire! Zombie screamed. 39 rifles opened fire simultaneously. The effect was catastrophic. The first volley cut down half the German squad. 7 men. They fell like puppets with cut strings, dead before they hit the ground. The survivors dove for cover. Craters, small depressions, anything. Return fire. Sporadic. Desperate. Kar 98Ks barking. Bolt action. Slow. 5-round internal magazine. No match for M1 Garands. Semi-automatic. 8-round on-block clip. Fast. Delacroix's BAR hammered. 20 rounds in 4 seconds. 2 Germans tried to run. The BAR cut them down. They fell hard. 6 Germans left. The sergeant screamed orders. Zurückziehen! Zurückziehen! Withdraw. His men tried, crawling backward, firing, retreating. Ortega shot one. Center mass. The German stopped moving. DeMarco shot another. Headshot. Pure luck. The man's helmet flew off. He collapsed. 4 left. The man with the Panzerfaust stood, raised the tube, aimed at where he thought the Americans were. Hayes shot him. The scout's rifle cracked. The German fell. The Panzerfaust clattered to the ground, unfired. 3 left. They surrendered. One of them, a young soldier, maybe 20, stood, hands up. Kamerad! Kamerad! Comrade. The universal surrender call. Cease fire! Hendricks screamed. The rifles went silent. The 3 Germans stood, hands high, terrified, waiting to be shot. Zombie looked at Hendricks. The lieutenant's call. Secure them. Take their weapons. We'll send them back with the next supply run. Sir, someone started. Taking prisoners meant men out of the fight. Do it, Hendricks said firmly. 2 men from 3rd Platoon climbed out of the trench, approached the Germans, hands on their rifles, cautious. The Germans didn't resist, just stood there, shaking, grateful to be alive. The Americans zip-tied their hands, plastic ties, standard issue, searched them for weapons, found nothing dangerous. Personal effects, photos, letters, the usual. They were led to the rear, out of the fight, safe, alive. They'd survive, more than their comrades could say.
"Panzer!"
Hayes screamed.
12 o'clock, 300 meters.
Everyone looked. The Panzer IV emerged from behind a low rise, turret traversing, looking, hunting. It was gray, mottled camouflage. Schürzen, side skirts, hung from the hull and turret. Additional protection against shaped charges. The long 75mm gun protruded. Lethal. Inside the Panzer, the commander, a lieutenant, 26 years old, veteran of Kursk, scanned through his periscope. "Wo sind sie?" he muttered. "Where are they?" His gunner searched through his optics. Nothing. Just destroyed bunkers, smoke, craters. "Nichts, Herr Lieutenant." "Nothing, Lieutenant." But the infantry was gone. 15 men, all dead or captured. The Americans were here, somewhere. The lieutenant keyed his radio, called his supporting element. 2 more Panzer IVs, 300 meters behind him, waiting. Vorwärts, langsam. Forward, slowly. The Panzer crept forward, 20 kilometers per hour, cautious. The commander knew the danger. Hidden anti-tank guns, bazookas, mines. But he had orders. Retake the high ground, push the Americans back. So he advanced. 250 meters from Zombie's position. 200. 175. Webb watched through his periscope. The Panzer was coming. Slow. Careful. Turret traversing left and right. Searching. Come on. Little closer. Just a little. Kowalski, you see it? Seen. Panzer IV. Range 175. Too far. We need side armor. Wait. Waiting. The Panzer advanced. 150 meters. The German commanders still hadn't spotted graveyard shift. The Sherman was hull down, hidden, good concealment. But the Panzer would spot them eventually. The Germans weren't stupid. Trained eyes, veteran crew. Come on, come on. The Panzer turned slightly, angling toward the bunker complex, toward where the infantry had been. Good. The turn exposed the side. 30 millimeters of armor, compared to 50 in the front. Still not great odds. The Sherman's 105 millimeters was a howitzer. Low velocity. Not ideal for tank versus tank. But at close range with HE. Range? Webb asked. 125 meters. Load HE. HE up. Wait for my command. The Panzer continued its turn. More side armor visible. The German commander leaned out of his hatch, looking, scanning. He saw something. The destroyed bunkers. The American positions. "Da!" he shouted. There. His gunner traversed, searching for targets. "Now!" Webb screamed. "Fire!" Kowalski pressed the trigger. The 105 millimeter howitzer roared. The Sherman rocked backward. The HE round screamed across the distance. 125 meters. Contact time, less than a second. The round hit the Panzer's side, lower hull, below the turret ring. The explosion was enormous. orange and black. The HE round detonated on impact. Blast, fragmentation, pressure wave. The Panzer's side armor cracked, not penetrated, but cracked. Inside, the German crew was rattled, ears ringing, vision blurred. The impact had thrown them against their stations. Schaden? The commander screamed. Damage? Keine Durchdringung, the driver called back. No penetration. They'd survived. The armor held. But now they knew where the American tank was. 11 Uhr, 100 Meter, Feuer. 11 o'clock, 100 meters, fire. The Panzer's turret traversed, fast, the long 75 millimeters swinging toward graveyard shift. Reload, Webb screamed. Hutto was already moving. Breach open, spent casing ejected. New HE round lifted. Heavy, awkward, slammed home. Up. The Panzer fired first. The 75 millimeter round hit graveyard shift's turret. Front face, dead center. The explosion was deafening. Inside, the world turned white. Noise, pressure, heat. The round penetrated. 50 millimeters of cast armor. Not enough. Not against the Panzer's gun. Not at this range. The armor-piercing round punched through, entered the turret, traveled at supersonic speed. It hit the breech of the 105 millimeters, deflected, ricocheted. Fragments of steel and copper sprayed in every direction. Kowalski died first. A fist-sized piece of shrapnel took off the top of his head. He didn't scream, didn't know, just ceased to exist. Hutto was next. A fragment hit his throat, severed his carotid. Blood sprayed. He clutched at the wound, gasping, choking, fell backward. Webb took shrapnel in his shoulder and face. Small pieces, dozens of them. He screamed, collapsed against the turret wall. In the hull, Castellano and Morales were protected by the turret basket. The round hadn't penetrated that far. They were alive, unhurt, but trapped. "Bail out!" Castellano screamed. "Bail out!" He popped his hatch, climbed out, grabbed Morales. "Move!" They ran, away from the tank, expecting it to explode. Ammunition cook-off. The Sherman's nightmare. Fire. It didn't explode. Not yet. The penetration had killed the crew, but hadn't hit stored ammunition. Sheer luck. But the tank was done. Mission killed. The gun wouldn't fire. The crew was dead or wounded. Graveyard shift was out of the fight. Zombie saw it happen. Saw the Panzer's gun flash. Saw the Sherman's turret spark. Saw smoke pour from the hatches. Saw Castellano and Morales running. "No!" he screamed. But there was nothing he could do. The Sherman was 600 meters away, out of small arms range, and the Panzer was still combat effective. The German commander saw his hit. Confirmed. The American tank was dead. Smoke. No return fire. "Gut!" he shouted. "Good!" He keyed his radio, called the other two Panzers. "Kommen Sie vor, die Amerikaner sind schwach." Come forward, the Americans are weak. The two Panzers appeared, crested the rise. 3 German tanks now, against infantry with no armor support. Long odds. Terrible odds. Hendricks grabbed his radio. Battalion, this is Hendricks. We've got 3 panzers. Repeat, 3 panzers. We need armor support. We need air support. We need something. The radio crackled. Negative, Hendricks. No assets available. You are to hold position. Reinforcements inbound. ETA 15 minutes. Hold position. Battalion out. 15 minutes. Forever in combat. Eternity. Zombie grabbed Hayes on the radio. Where's that Panzerfaust? The one the German dropped. 50 meters forward. The dead guy. Can you get it? Maybe, if I don't get shot. Get it. We need it. Hayes didn't argue, just moved. Low crawl, fast, using every scrap of cover. Craters, dirt, smoke. 50 meters. Might as well be 50 miles. With 3 Panzer IVs looking for targets. But Hayes was good. The best scout in the company. Maybe the battalion. He moved like smoke, invisible. He reached the dead German, the one with the Panzerfaust. The body was sprawled, the rocket tube beside it. Hayes grabbed it, checked it. Still loaded. 1 rocket, shaped charge warhead. Effective range, 60 meters. He'd have to get close, suicidally close. He started crawling back. The lead panzer advanced, toward the bunker complex, toward the American positions, turret traversing, machine gun firing, suppressive fire. MG-34, coaxial mount, 7.92 millimeter rounds chewing up the ground. Americans ducked, pressed flat, couldn't return fire, couldn't engage, just survived.
Somebody kill that tank, Hendricks screamed. With what?
Ortega screamed back.
We don't have anything.
The Panzer rolled forward, 80 meters from the trenches, 70, 60. Its gun swiveled, aimed at the bunker, the ruined bunker where some of 3rd Platoon was positioned.
Get out,
someone screamed.
Get out of the bunker.
Men scrambled, running. The Panzer fired. The 75 millimeter round hit the bunker. The structure, already damaged from graveyard shift's earlier attack, collapsed entirely. Concrete and steel and dust. 3 men were still inside, buried, dead. Jesus Christ! Hendricks was pale, shaking, his men dying. The Panzer turned, toward the trenches, toward Zombie's position. 50 meters. Delacroix stood, bar in hands, fired at the tank. Pointless. Stupid. 30 caliber rounds spanged off the armor. Did nothing. But he fired anyway. Because doing nothing was worse. The Panzer's coax. MG-34 swiveled. Fired. Tracers cut through the air. Delacroix took 3 rounds. Chest, side, arm. He spun, fell. The BAR clattered to the ground.
Delacroix!
Ortega screamed. Brennan was already moving, running, low, fast. Medic. That's what he did. Ran toward gunfire, toward the dying. He reached Delacroix. The BAR man was on his back, blood everywhere. 3 holes, sucking chest wound, arm mangled, face pale.
Jimmy, stay with me.
Delacroix's eyes found Brennan, tried to focus.
Can't breathe.
Brennan ripped open the uniform, the chest wound, sucking, air bubbling through blood, punctured lung. He grabbed a compress, Vaseline-impregnated gauze, slapped it over the wound, created a seal, one-way valve, let air out, not in. Delacroix gasped, coughed blood.
Hurts.
I know it hurts. Brennan pulled a morphine syringe, jabbed it into Delacroix's thigh, squeezed. You're gonna be okay, Jimmy. You're gonna... The Panzer's gun traversed toward them. Brennan saw it. The barrel. Black. Deadly. Aiming. Oh, God. The German gunner had the American medic in his sights, and the wounded soldier. Easy targets. Stationary. His finger touched the trigger. Halt, the commander said. Stop, Herr Leutnant. Das ist ein Sanitäter. That's a medic. Wir schießen nicht auf Sanitäter. We don't shoot medics. Ja, Herr Leutnant. The gunner traversed away, found another target, a group of Americans, firing from a trench. He fired. The 75mm roared, HE round. Hit near the trench. Explosion. Dirt and fire. 2 Americans died, blown apart. 3 more wounded. 3rd platoon was being slaughtered. Hayes reached the American lines, Panzerfaust in hand. He was breathing hard, covered in dirt, but alive. Zombie. He slid into the trench beside the sergeant. Got it. Zombie took the Panzerfaust, examined it. Simple weapon. Point and shoot. Shaped charge. Would punch through armor, if you got close enough. 60 meters max range. More like 40 for a reliable hit. The Panzer was 70 meters away. I need to get closer, Zombie said. That's suicide, Ortega said. The corporal was bleeding from a cut on his forehead. Shrapnel, minor, but bleeding. You got a better idea? Ortega didn't. None of them did. Cover me, Zombie said. He climbed out of the trench, started crawling. Panzerfaust across his back. Rifle discarded. Too heavy, too awkward. Just him and the rocket, crawling toward a Panzer. His squad watched, helpless, terrified. Cover him, Ortega screamed. Everybody shoot! The remaining men fired. Rifles, carbines. Pointless against the Panzer, but it drew attention. Made the Germans focus on the trenches, not on the lone American crawling through the dirt. Zombie covered 10 meters, 20, 30. The Panzer was 60 meters away now. Close enough. He rose to one knee, shouldered the Panzerfaust, aimed. The sights were simple, post and notch. Point at center mass. He breathed. Steady, calm. That 1,000-yard stare. No fear, no hesitation. Just the shot. He pressed the trigger. The Panzerfaust fired with a roar. Backblast. Smoke and fire behind him. The rocket screamed forward. 60 meters. Contact time. 1 second. The shaped charge hit the Panzer's turret, side, just below the commander's cupola. The explosion was white hot, a jet of molten copper. Punched through the armor, burned into the fighting compartment. The German loader died instantly. The jet cut through his torso. Didn't even scream. The gunner took fragments, peppered his back and neck. He collapsed, alive but incapacitated. The commander was untouched, but his tank was mission killed. Gun inoperable. Crew dead or wounded. He had seconds to decide. Bail out or die. He chose life. Raus! Raus! Out! Out! He popped his hatch, climbed out. His driver followed. Then the gunner. Barely mobile, bleeding, but moving. They abandoned the Panzer, ran. back toward German lines, toward the 2 remaining tanks. The Americans let them go. No point shooting. They were out of the fight. 1 Panzer down, 2 to go. But Zombie was exposed, standing. The Panzerfaust discarded. No rifle, no weapon. Just standing there in the open. The 2nd Panzer saw him. The commander, a veteran, older, smarter, saw the dead Panzer. Saw the lone American. Connected the dots. De Americana. There, the American. The Panzer's coax MG-34 swiveled, aimed, fired. Tracers cut across the distance. Zombie saw them. Red lines, coming at him. Too fast to dodge, too close to run. He hit the dirt, flat. Rounds zipped overhead, inches, close enough to feel the heat. More fire, sustained burst. The Germans traversing, walking the fire toward him. Dirt kicked up, rounds impacted. Closer, closer. Zombie! Ortega was screaming, running, out of the trench, toward his sergeant. Rifle firing, pointless, desperate. A round hit Ortega's leg, shattered his femur. He went down, screaming. DeMarco ran, grabbed Ortega, started dragging him back, rounds zipping around them, miraculously missing. Brennan left Delacroix, ran toward Ortega. The corporal was bleeding, bad, femoral artery maybe. Hayes covered them, his rifle barking, aimed shots, disciplined. One of his rounds, pure luck, hit the Panzer's vision block, cracked it, didn't penetrate. But the German commander ducked, pulled back into the turret, bought seconds, precious seconds. Zombie crawled, fast, low, back toward the trenches, rounds chasing him, kicking up dirt. He made it, rolled into the trench, panting, alive. "You crazy son of a bitch," Wojcik said, his face pale, awed, terrified. Zombie didn't respond, just grabbed his rifle, checked the action. 8 rounds, still loaded. He looked at the Panzers, 2 left, still combat effective, still hunting, and his squad was falling apart. Delacroix down, chest wound, critical. Ortega down, leg shattered, bleeding. Kowalski and Hutto dead in the tank. Webb wounded. 3 men from 3rd Platoon dead in the collapsed bunker. 2 more dead from the HE round. Multiple wounded. They were losing badly. "Sir!" Zombie grabbed his radio, found Hendricks. The lieutenant was in a crater, coordinating, trying to hold the position. "We can't hold. We need to fall back." "Battalion says hold." "We can't. Those Panzers are going to roll over us." "Air support's coming. P-47s. ETA 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Forever in combat. Eternity. But there was no choice. "Copy. We hold." Zombie turned to his remaining men. Hayes, Wojcik, Rousseau, Chen, DeMarco. 5. Delacroix was down. Ortega was down. Brennan was working on casualties. 5 men. Against 2 Panzers and whatever infantry was behind them. "Fix bayonets," Zombie said, his voice flat. "Dead. If those tanks reach us, we go in close, under the guns. Climb on. Grenades in the hatches. Understood?" They stared at him. That was suicide. absolute suicide. But they nodded, fixed bayonets, because Zombie said so, because they trusted him, because there was no other option. The two remaining panzers advanced, cautious now. They'd seen what happened to the first. One American with a Panzerfaust. Dangerous. But they had orders. Retake the high ground. They spread out. 200 meters between them made them harder targets. One couldn't support the other immediately, but reduced risk of both being taken out together. Tactical doctrine. Good doctrine. They rolled forward, firing HE rounds into the American positions, machine guns suppressing, relentless. Another American died, then another. Third platoon was down to 22 men, from 30. Zombie's squad was down to 5 effectives. Brennan was working on casualties. Didn't count. 27 Americans, against 2 panzers and infantry. German infantry appeared, behind the panzers. A full platoon, 40 men. Here, Wehrmacht, moving in squad rushes, fire and maneuver, professional. Contact, infantry, 200 meters, Hayes screamed. The Americans fired, rifles, what was left of them, depleted, ammunition, tired men, desperate. They dropped 2 Germans, 3, 4. The rest kept coming. 80 meters, 60. The panzers reached the American lines. 50 meters. Too close for the main guns. The turrets traversed, looking for targets. Machine guns firing. 40 meters, and then the sound. Beautiful sound. Terrible sound. The sound of salvation. The sound of radial engines. P-47 Thunderbolts, 4 of them, diving out of the sun. Republic Thunderbolts, American ground attack aircraft, each one carrying rockets, bombs, 50 caliber machine guns. The cavalry had arrived. The P-47s came in low, fast. The lead aircraft fired rockets, 2 of them, HVARs, high-velocity aircraft rockets, 5-inch, designed to kill tanks. The first rocket hit the lead panzer, turret, dead center. The explosion was catastrophic. The panzer's turret flew off, landed 20 meters away. Fire poured from the hull. The crew didn't bail out. Couldn't. They were already dead. The second rocket hit the remaining panzer. Side shot. Penetrated. The panzer brewed up. Ammunition cook-off. Fire. Smoke. Black and orange. The German crew bailed. 3 men. On fire. Running. Screaming. Rolling on the ground. The P-47s made another pass. 50 caliber machine guns, strafing the German infantry. Tracers cut across the field. Men fell, screaming, dying. The German platoon broke, fell back, running, leaving their dead, their wounded, their tanks. The counterattack was over. The P-47s climbed, circled once, waggled their wings, victory roll, then flew off, back to base. Mission accomplished. Silence descended. Relative silence. Groans. Crying. Men calling for medics. Zombies stood in the trench, covered in blood. Not his. German blood. American blood. Didn't matter whose anymore. He looked around. His squad. Hayes. Alive. Bleeding from a cut on his arm. Minor. Wojcik. Alive. Shell-shocked. Staring. Rousseau, alive, sitting, shaking, rosary in his hands. Chen, alive, radio damaged, strap cut. But Chen was intact. DeMarco, alive, helping Brennan with Ortega. Ortega, alive, leg shattered, in agony, but alive. Delacroix, alive, barely, sucking chest wound. Brennan working on him, frantic. And the dead, Kowalski and Hutto, in the tank, burned. 3 men from 3rd Platoon, buried in the bunker. 2 more from 3rd Platoon, killed by the Panzer's HE round. Turner, Sully, Tiny, from the morning. Bodies everywhere, American, German, mixed together. Hard to tell sometimes. Zombie climbed out of the trench, walked toward graveyard shift. The Sherman sat smoking, ruined. Webb was beside it, medics working on him. Castellano and Morales sitting, heads in hands. Marcus, Zombie said quietly. Webb looked up. His face was bandaged, blood soaked through, but he was alive. Eddie and James, Zombie asked. Kowalski and Hutto, the gunner and loader. Webb shook his head. Gone, both of them. Zombie nodded, said nothing. What was there to say? He pulled 2 more dog tags from his pocket, added them to the collection. 5 sets now. Turner, Sully, Tiny, Kowalski, Hutto. 5 boys, gone. I'm sorry, Zombie said. Yeah, Webb said. Me too. They sat in silence. Tank commander and infantry sergeant, no longer brothers in combat, brothers in grief. Delacroix died at H+142. Brennan tried everything. Sealed the chest wound, gave morphine, gave plasma, field transfusion, desperate measures. But the lung was shredded, internal bleeding, too much damage, too much trauma. Jimmy Delacroix, BAR man from Louisiana, the Bayou kid who'd never shut up during training, who'd talked about his mama's gumbo and his daddy's boat, died in French dirt with Brennan's hands pressed against his chest. No, 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 Brennan whispered, pressing, compressing, doing CPR. Breathe, compress, breathe, compress. But there was no pulse, no breath, no life. Brennan! Zombie grabbed the medic's shoulder. He's gone. I can save him. He's gone, Arthur. Let him go. Brennan looked at his hands. Red. Soaked. Delacroix's blood. Ortega's blood. Blood from a dozen others. He'd saved Ortega, tourniqueted the leg, stopped the bleeding. The corporal would live, would probably lose the leg, but live. But Delacroix was dead. Hutto was dead. Kowalski was dead. 5 men from 3rd Platoon were dead. 2 more were dying despite Brennan's efforts. I'm a medic, Brennan whispered. I'm supposed to save people. You did. You saved Ortega. You saved DeMarco. You saved Webb. You did your job. It's not enough. It never is. Zombie pulled Delacroix's dog tags, added them to the collection. 6 sets now. 6 boys, gone in 6 hours. He looked at the sky. The sun was high. Afternoon. D-Day was half over, and they hadn't even reached the town yet. Hendricks found Zombie an hour later. The lieutenant looked 20 years older, his uniform torn, face pale, eyes haunted. "Battalion's pulling us back," Hendricks said, his voice hollow. "4th platoon's taken over. We're going to the beach. Reorganize. Refit." "How many'd you lose, sir?" 8 out of 30. Some dead, some wounded bad enough to evacuate. Zombie nodded. "I've got 6. Started with 12. Jesus." Hendricks sat down, heavily, like his legs wouldn't hold him anymore. They said Utah was the easy beach. It was, compared to Omaha. They sat in silence, 2 leaders, 2 survivors, watching the sun move across the sky. "You did good, Sergeant," Hendricks said finally. "Your squad, the tank work, killing that panzer. You did good. Didn't feel good. It never does." More silence. "We're getting replacements," Hendricks said. "Fresh troops from the beach. They'll fill out the squads, get us back to strength. They won't be the same. No, they won't." Hendricks looked at Zombie. "But they'll be what we've got, and we'll train them, fast. Because tomorrow we push inland, toward Sainte-Mère-Église, then Carentan, then," he gestured vaguely, "wherever they send us." "Yes, sir." "You're getting a medal. You know that, right? Killing a panzer with a Panzerfaust, saving the position. Don't want a medal. You're getting one anyway." Zombie said nothing. Medals didn't bring back Sully, or Tiny, or Delacroix, or Kowalski, or Hutto, or Turner. Medals were for the living. The dead didn't care. "Mount up," Hendricks said. "We're moving out in 10. He walked away, left Zombie sitting, staring. The squad gathered, what was left of it. Hayes, Wojcik, Rousseau, Chen, DeMarco, Brennan. 6 men, 12 minus 6. Ortega was being carried on a stretcher. He'd be evacuated, sent to England. Hospitals, surgery, recovery. Maybe he'd return, maybe not. Either way, Zombie's original squad was gone. Turner, Sully, Tiny, Delacroix, Ortega, Kowalski and Hutto from the tank. 7 of the original 12. Gone. 5 left. Zombie, Hayes, Wojcik, Rousseau, Chen, and Brennan. DeMarco had been original too. 6, plus whatever replacements battalion would send. Build the squad back to 12. New faces, new names, new boys to lead, to train, to watch die. The cycle would repeat, again and again, until the war ended, or until Zombie died, whichever came first. "Listen up," Zombie said, his voice flat, dead. "Roll call. Sound off. Hayes, Wojcik, Rousseau, Chen, DeMarco, Brennan. 6 men, half the original squad, gone in one day. We're pulling back," Zombie said. "Going to the beach. Reorganize. We'll get replacements. 6 new guys. Fresh. Scared. It's our job to keep them alive long enough to learn. We did good today. Took the beach. Took the high ground. Killed a lot of Germans. Lost a lot of good men. Turner, Sully, Tiny, Delacroix, and our tanker brothers, Kowalski, Hutto." He paused, Let the names sink in. They died doing their jobs, fighting. That's all we can do. Fight. Keep fighting. Until it's over. Until we go home. Or until we join them. Silence. His squad stared at him. That 1,000-yard stare. That dead man's face. But they understood. This was who Zombie was now. A man who'd lost half his squad in 6 hours. A man who'd killed a Panzer with a rocket. A man who'd stood in the open and drawn fire to save his men. A man with nothing left to lose. On your feet, Zombie said. We move in 5. They stood, collected their gear, what little they had left. Rifles, ammunition, canteens. Left the dead where they lay. Graves registration would collect them, eventually. Tag them, bag them, ship them home. Or bury them here, in France, in foreign soil. The squad walked back toward the beach, toward the ocean, toward safety, temporary safety. Tomorrow they'd push inland, toward more Germans, more fighting, more dying. But that was tomorrow. Today, they'd survived. That was enough, for now. The walk back to the beach took 30 minutes. It felt like 30 hours. Zombie's squad moved in a loose column, spread out. Tactical spacing, even in retreat. Training embedded so deep, it was automatic. Hayes walked point. The scout. Always the scout. His rifle ready, eyes scanning. Even here, 300 meters behind the front line, he watched for threats. Behind him, Zombie, the sergeant. That 1,000-yard stare, face blank. But his hand kept going to his pocket, to the dog tags. 6 sets, 6 weights. Chen followed, the radio man. The SCR 300 was damaged, strap cut, casing dented. But Chen carried it anyway. Couldn't leave it. Against regulations. And regulations were all that kept some men sane. Wojcik came next, the machinist from Detroit. He walked mechanically. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. Not thinking, just moving. His rifle held at port arms, safety on, finger off the trigger. By the book, even now. Rousseau behind him, the dock worker. His lips moved constantly. Prayers, Italian, English, Latin, mixed together. His grandmother's rosary wrapped around his left hand, his rifle in his right. DeMarco limped. The big man's various wounds weren't critical, but they hurt. Every step. DeMarco didn't complain, just limped, kept pace. Brennan walked last, always with the rear, always watching the wounded who weren't there anymore. His aid bag hung heavy, not from weight, from failure. His hands were clean now. He'd washed them 3 times. The blood was gone from his skin, not from his mind. 7 men, 12 minus 5. They passed other units moving forward, fresh troops from the beach, late arrivals, infantry, engineers, artillery forward observers, all pushing inland. The fresh soldiers looked at Zombie's squad, saw the blood, the 1,000-yard stares, the way they moved, efficient, professional, dead inside. The fresh soldiers looked away, quickly, like looking at ghosts. Men who'd already died but hadn't stopped moving yet. Maybe they were right. Utah Beach at H+160 was transformed. The chaos of the morning was organized now. Landing craft still arrived, but in waves, scheduled, coordinated. Supplies piled on the sand, ammunition, rations, fuel, medical supplies. The dead had been moved, mostly. Collected, covered, laid in rows. Graves registration worked methodically. Dog tags, personal effects, documentation. Zombie walked past the rows. Didn't look. Couldn't look. Not yet. The aid station was established in a captured German bunker. Irony. Americans using German fortifications to save American lives. Medics swarmed. Triage. Red tags for critical. Yellow for serious. Green for walking wounded. Black for expectant. Those who die regardless of treatment. The expectant were given morphine. Made comfortable. That's all you could do. Brennan stopped at the entrance. Looked at the medics working. Looked at his own hands. Clean hands. Useless hands. A major, doctor's insignia, saw him. Saw the aid bag. Saw the look. "You okay, son?" Brennan didn't answer. Just stared. "How many'd you lose?" Brennan's lips moved. No sound came out. The major nodded. Understood. "Come inside. Get some coffee. Sit down. I should..." Brennan gestured vaguely toward his squad. "They'll find you. Come on." Brennan followed. Zombie watched him go. Didn't stop him. Brennan needed help. The kind Zombie couldn't give. The rest of the squad continued to the assembly area, behind the seawall, relatively protected. The assembly area was organized chaos. Companies reforming, platoons integrating, squads taking roll call. Easy Company was gathering. What was left of it? Captain James Reynolds stood in the center, company commander, 32 years old, regular Army. He'd been on the beach all morning, coordinating, leading. His uniform was relatively clean. Command post work, not frontline work. But his face was gray. He'd been getting reports all day. Casualty reports. KIA, WIA, MIA. Easy Company had landed with 190 men. Now, 123. 67 casualties. 35%. 1 day. 6 hours of combat. Acceptable by D-Day standards. Catastrophic by any human standard. Reynolds saw Zombie's squad approach. Counted. 7 men. He checked his roster. 3rd squad, 2nd platoon. Should be 12. Sergeant Thompson, Reynolds called. Zombie approached. Saluted. "Sir, report. 3rd squad, 7 effectives, 5 KIA. Turner, Sullivan, Moore, Delacroix, plus tank crew, Kowalski and Hutto. 1 WIA evacuated. Ortega, femoral wound." Reynolds wrote it down. His hand didn't shake. Couldn't. If it shook, he'd fall apart. Jesus. "I'm sorry, Sergeant." "Yes, sir. You did good work today. The bunker complex, the Panzer kill. Battalion's putting you in for a Silver Star. Don't want it, sir. You're getting it anyway." Reynolds looked at Zombie's face. That dead stare. "You need rest. Your squad needs rest. We're giving you 48 hours. Beach duty. Guard the supplies. Light work. Then you're back in the line. Understood, sir. We're getting you replacements. 5 men, fresh from the replacement depot. They'll be here by tonight. You'll have 2 days to integrate them, train them, get them ready. Yes, sir. Reynolds paused, wanted to say something. Something about loss, about grief, about the cost. But what was there to say? So he just nodded. Dismissed, Sergeant. Zombie saluted, turned away. The squad found a tent, supply tent, empty crates. They sat, collapsed, exhausted. Someone brought rations, hot food, real food, not K-rations. Stew, bread, coffee, hot coffee. The squad ate mechanically, shoveling food into mouths, tasting nothing, needing calories, fuel, nothing more. Sarge, Chen said quietly, what do we do now? We rest, we refit, we train replacements, then we go back. Back where? Wherever they send us. Sainte-Mère-Église, Carentan, Cherbourg, Germany, wherever the fight is. How long? Until it's over. When will it be over? Zombie looked at him. That 1,000-yard stare. That dead man's face. I don't know, Tommy. I don't know. Silence. Hayes spoke, his first real words since the Panzer fight. We gonna make it, Sarge? Zombie wanted to lie, wanted to promise, wanted to say yes, we'll all make it. We'll all go home. We'll all survive. But he couldn't. Maybe, he said. Maybe we will. It was the best he could offer, the only truth he had left. Maybe. The replacements arrived at 1800 hours, 6 p.m., D-Day evening. 5 men, young, scared, fresh. They stood at attention. Zombie walked down the line, studying them, reading them. The first was tall, lean, good posture. Name? Private First Class Thomas Garrett, Sergeant, Pittsburgh. You know how to shoot that rifle? Expert marksman, Sergeant. Good, you're with me. The second was shorter, stocky, confident bearing. Name? Private Michael Rivera, Sergeant, Bronx. What'd you do before the war? Construction, iron worker. You afraid of heights? No, Sergeant. Good, you're with me. The third was average height, farm boy look, calloused hands. Name? Private Daniel Foster, Sergeant, Missouri. Farm kid? Yes, Sergeant. Corn and hogs. Can you fix things? Yes, Sergeant. Good, you're with me. The fourth looked nervous, thin, glasses. Name? Private Eugene Walsh, Sergeant, Boston. What'd you do? Accounting student, Sergeant. Can you keep calm under fire? Walsh hesitated. I don't know, Sergeant. You'll find out. You're with me. The fifth was quiet, Asian features, steady eyes. Name? Private James Park, Sergeant, San Francisco. Walsh looked at Park, didn't say anything. But Zombie saw it, the look. Zombie'd seen that look before. Prejudice, suspicion. You got a problem with Park, Walsh? No, Sergeant. You sure? Because if you do, now's the time to say it. No problem, Sergeant. Good. Because Park's gonna save your life someday. Or you're gonna save his. That's how squads work. Clear? Clear, Sergeant. Zombie turned to Park. You good? Yes, Sergeant. Good. You're with me. He stepped back, looked at all 5. Your replacements. That means 5 men died or got wounded bad enough to evacuate. Their names were Turner, Sullivan, Moore, Delacroix, and Ortega. You're taking their places. The 5 replacements shifted uncomfortably. You will learn fast, or you will die fast. The men standing behind me are veterans. 6 hours of combat. That makes them experts. You will listen to them. You will do what they say. You will not question. You will not hesitate. Clear? Yes, Sergeant, they responded in unison. Hayes is the scout, best in the company, maybe the battalion. You see him do something, you learn it. Wojcik is rifleman, steady under fire. Rousseau is rifleman, religious. That's fine. Pray all you want. Just shoot straight when the time comes. Chen is radio man. DeMarco is rifleman. Wounded, but still here. That tells you what you need to know about him. Brennan is our medic. You get hit, he'll save you. If he can. Sometimes he can't. That's war. He paused, let it sink in. I'm Zombie. That's what they call me. You'll learn why. Maybe. If you live long enough. He looked at each replacement, one by one. We're on beach duty for 48 hours. Light work, guard supplies, rest. Then we're going back in, toward Sainte-Mère-Église. The paratroopers from the 101st and 82nd Airborne dropped last night. They're holding the town. We're linking up with them. That means walking through Germans, fighting through Germans, killing Germans, and maybe dying. Questions? Silence. Good. Get your gear. Find bunks. We start training tomorrow. 0600. Dismissed. The replacements scattered, nervous, talking among themselves, trying to process. Hayes approached Zombie, spoke quietly. They're green. I know. Half of them won't make it. I know. Hayes nodded, said nothing more. What was there to say? That night, Zombie sat outside the tent, watching the ocean, the fleet, ships as far as he could see, still bringing men, still bringing supplies. The invasion succeeding. Behind him, France, occupied France, soon to be liberated France, at terrible cost. He pulled out the dog tags, 6 sets, arranged them in his hand. Private Malcolm Turner, Private Roy Sullivan, Private Jackson Moore, PFC James Delacroix, Corporal Edward Kowalski, PFC James Hutto. 6 boys, 6 sets of tags, 6 letters to write. He found paper, pencil, started writing. Dear Mrs. Sullivan, I'm writing to tell you about your son, Roy. The letters took hours. He wrote slowly, carefully, trying to find words that would ease grief, knowing there were no such words, trying anyway. He was brave. He died serving his country. He died with his brothers. He wasn't alone. Lies and truth mixed together. Roy had been terrified. They'd all been terrified. But he had died with his brothers. That was true. He spoke of you often. He loved you. He wanted you to know he wasn't scared. He was scared. He'd been 18 years old and dying in French sand with his legs blown off. Of course he was scared. But his mother didn't need to know that. The mercy lies. The letters, the living right to comfort the dead's families. Zombie finished all 6 letters as midnight approached. June 6, 1944, becoming June 7. D-Day becoming D+1. He sealed them, addressed them, would give them to Captain Reynolds to mail, through channels. Official casualty notifications would arrive. First, telegrams. The Secretary of War regrets to inform you. Cold, official, brutal. But then, Zombie's letters would arrive, personal, from the man who'd been there, who'd seen, who'd closed their eyes, who'd carried their tags. Not much comfort, but something, better than nothing. Zombie stood, stretched. His body ached. Everything ached. He was 23 years old, felt 50. He looked at the tent, his squad sleeping inside, the veterans, the replacements, 12 men, again, full strength, again. How many of these 12 would die? How many letters would he write? He didn't know, didn't want to know. He just knew tomorrow would come, and the day after, and the day after that. Each day bringing more fighting, more dying, more letters, until it was over, whenever that was. Zombie went inside, found his bunk, lay down, closed his eyes. Sleep didn't come, just images. Sully's legs, Tiny's hand going cold, Delacroix drowning in his own blood, the smell of burning tank, Kowalski's last joke, Hutto's Georgia drawl. Gone. All gone. Zombie opened his eyes, stared at the tent ceiling, decided sleep wasn't worth it. He got up, walked outside, sat, watched the ocean, waited for dawn. D+1, the second day of liberation, the second day of dying. It was going to be a long war. Training began at 0600, 6 a.m., D+1. The veterans, Hayes, Wojcik, Russo, Chen, DeMarco, showed the replacements everything. How to move, how to space, how to shoot, how to survive. 15-meter intervals, always. Bunch up and artillery kills everyone. Shoot at muzzle flash, not silhouettes. Germans are smart. They use decoys. When you hear the MG-42, you're already in the kill zone. Move perpendicular, never toward it, never away. Perpendicular. Grenades, pull pin, throw immediately. Don't cook it. That's movie bullshit. You cook it, it goes off in your hand. If the man next to you falls, keep moving. Medic gets him. You stop. You both die. The replacements listened, absorbed, practiced. Garrett was good. Natural shot, natural leader. Took instruction well. Rivera was strong, confident, maybe overconfident, but capable. Foster was steady, farm boy steady, reliable hands, good under instruction. Walsh was nervous, jumpy, but smart, quick learner. Would he freeze under fire? Unknown. Time would tell. Park was quiet, methodical, precise, did everything correctly, never complained. By noon, they'd run through basic infantry tactics twice. Fire and maneuver. Flanking. Assault. Defense. Not enough. Never enough. But something. By 1600 hours, 4 p.m., they'd integrated with the veterans, running drills as a unit. 12 men, moving like a machine. Not perfect, not close, but functional. Maybe. Zombie watched, corrected, adjusted, trained. Tomorrow they'd move out, toward Sainte-Mère-Église, toward combat. These 5 replacements would face their first test. How many would pass? How many would fail? How many would die? Zombie didn't know, couldn't know. He just trained them, as best he could, in the time he had, and hoped it was enough. Webb found Zombie at 1800 hours. The tank commander looked better, face still bandaged, arm still in a sling, but mobile, healing. "They're giving me a new tank," Webb said. He sat beside Zombie. "Sherman coming off the beach now. Standard 75. Not the 105. But it's a tank. Crew? Castellano and Morales are with me. Driver and bow gunner. Good men. But I need a gunner and loader." Webb paused. "Eddie and James, I know." Silence. "They're giving me 2 replacements," Webb continued. "Never been in a tank before. I've got to train them. Fast. Because we're moving out with you. Tomorrow. Towards Sainte-Mère-Église. Same mission." "Yeah." Webb looked at Zombie. Really looked at him. "You okay?" "No." "Yeah, me neither." Webb pulled out a flask. Whiskey. Against regulations. He took a drink, offered it to Zombie. Zombie took it, drank. The whiskey burned. Good burn. Reminded him he was alive. 6, Zombie said quietly. 6 dead in 6 hours. 2, Webb said. 2 dead in 6 hours. Plus my tank. You're getting a new tank. I'm getting a new tank, Webb agreed. But it won't be graveyard shift. Won't be the same crew. Won't be the same. No, it won't. They sat in silence, passing the flask, not drinking much, just holding it. Ritual. Brotherhood. "What do we call the new tank?" Webb asked. "Your call." Webb thought. Eddie. Kowalski. He named graveyard shift. Because of you. Because of Zombie. I want to remember him. Them. Eddie and James. Good men. Good tankers. Yeah. "What do you think of Steel Angels?" Webb asked. "Ironic. We're not angels. We're killers. But we're trying to do good. Free France. Kill Nazis. Maybe that's angels. Iron men in Steel Angels." Zombie considered. Nodded. "I like it. Steel Angels." "Steel Angels," Webb agreed. He took another drink. Eddie would have hated it. Too serious. But fuck him. He's not here to complain. His voice broke. Just slightly. But broke. Zombie said nothing. Just sat. Presence was enough. The briefing came at 2000 hours, 8 p.m. Captain Reynolds gathered the company, what was left of it. 123 men, officers, NCOs, squad leaders. "Tomorrow, 0600, we move out. Objective, Sainte-Mère-Église, 3 kilometers inland. The town's held by the 82nd and 101st Airborne. They've been fighting since midnight. They're low on ammunition, low on supplies, low on men. We're their relief. Reynolds pointed at a map, large scale, detailed. The route from Utah Beach to Sainte-Mère-Église. We'll advance in column, battalion strength, 5 companies. Easy company leads. We'll have armor support, 2nd Armored Division, 10 Shermans. Artillery support from the beach. Naval gunfire if needed. Air cover, weather permitting. He paused, let it sink in. Intelligence reports German resistance between here and Sainte-Mère-Église. Company strength positions. Maybe battalion. Entrenched. Dug in. They know we're coming. They'll fight. Reynolds looked at his men, his remaining men. We lost 67 men today, 28 KIA, 39 WIA. That's 35% casualties. One day. The battalion lost 240 men. The division lost over 1,000. Silence. Men processing numbers, turning them into faces, into friends. But we're here. We're in France. We've established the beachhead. Now we push. We link up with the airborne. We secure the interior. We break out. And we don't stop until we reach Berlin. Some men nodded. Some didn't. All understood. Get your rest. Check your equipment. Write letters if you need to. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Dismissed. The men dispersed. Quiet. Thoughtful. Zombie walked back to his tent. His squad, old and new, was there, waiting. Tomorrow we move, he said. 3 kilometers. Sainte-Mère-Église. Expect contact. Expect casualties. Tonight, sleep if you can. Write letters if you want. Check your gear. Make sure everything works. Because tomorrow, it has to work. Clear? Clear, they said. Good. Lights out in 1 hour. We roll at 0600. Zombie sat on his bunk, pulled out paper, wrote one more letter to his mother. Dear Ma, I'm alive. I'm okay. Don't worry about me. The fighting's hard, but we're winning. I'm with good men. We're taking care of each other. I hope you're well. I hope the factory work isn't too hard. I hope the town is okay. I'm doing my duty. Dad would be proud. I think. I hope. I'll write more when I can. Until then, know I'm thinking of you. Know I love you. Know I'm coming home. Someday. Your son, Eric. He sealed it, addressed it, would mail it tomorrow. Maybe. If he survived tomorrow. 3rd Squad, 2nd Platoon, 12 men, 7 veterans, 5 replacements. Hayes walked point. 300 meters ahead. Scout. Always the scout. Behind him, the squad. Spread out. Tactical. Professional. Behind them, the rest of Easy Company. Behind them, the battalion. Behind them, the division. Thousands of men, pushing inland, liberating France, 1 bloody meter at a time. Steel Angels, Webb's new tank, rolled beside them. The Sherman's engine rumbling. Steady, reliable. Castellano driving. Morales on the bow gun. Webb in the turret. 2 new crew, gunner and loader, nervous but ready. The column moved out at 0600, through the destroyed bunkers, past the German defensive lines, into France. The land was beautiful, green, rolling, Norman countryside, hedgerows, fields, stone farmhouses, peaceful. If you ignored the craters, the bodies, the burned-out tanks, the smell. They covered 1 kilometer, no contact. 2 kilometers, still nothing. Too quiet. Hayes felt it. Wrong. The Germans were here, somewhere, waiting. He stopped, raised his fist. Column halted. He scanned. Terrain, buildings ahead, a crossroads, small village, maybe 10 buildings, stone, intact, perfect ambush position. He keyed his radio. Zombie, Hayes, village ahead, 400 meters, feels wrong. Copy, hold position. Zombie moved forward, joined Hayes, looked at the village through binoculars. Empty. Too empty. No civilians, no movement, no smoke from chimneys. Abandoned, or occupied, by Germans. Either way, they had to go through it. The road to Sainte-Mère-Église ran straight through that village. Zombie keyed his radio. Captain Reynolds, Zombie actual. Village ahead, possibly occupied. Request permission to scout. Negative, Zombie. We don't have time. We push through. Steel Angels will lead. Infantry follows. If they're there, we clear them. Understood? Understood, sir. Zombie turned to his squad. Village ahead. Could be Germans. Could be empty. We're going through. Tank leads. We follow. Standard clearing procedure. Room to room if necessary. Questions? No, Sergeant. Good. Let's move. Steel Angels rolled forward. Slow. Cautious. Webb scanning through his periscope, looking for threats. The infantry followed. 50 meters back, spread out, covering the tank, watching the windows, the doors, the rooftops. The village was silent, eerie. The only sound was the Sherman's engine, the squeak of tracks, boots on cobblestone. 200 meters, 150, 100. Nothing. Maybe it was abandoned. Maybe. Panzerfaust. Hayes screamed it. Saw the flash. Second-story window. Left building. The rocket screamed out. Shaped charge. Anti-tank. Steel Angels was moving. Castellano saw the flash. Turned. Hard left. The Sherman pivoted. The rocket missed. By meters. Hit a stone wall behind them. Exploded. Showered the street with debris. "Contact!" Webb screamed. "Building! 10 o'clock, second floor." His new gunner, Private Anderson, a farm kid from Iowa, traversed. Found the window. Fired. The 75 roared. He round. Hit the building. Second floor. The wall exploded. Fire. Smoke. The window disappeared. "Infantry!" Hayes was still screaming. "Multiple contacts. Windows. Rooftops." Germans appeared. Everywhere. Windows. Doors. Rooftops. The village was full of them. A company. Maybe more. They'd walked into a killing zone. "Take cover!" Zombie screamed. His squad scattered. Doorways. Walls. anything. Rounds snapped through the air. Car 98Ks, MP40s, MG42s. Rivera, one of the replacements, was too slow. 3 rounds hit him. Chest, stomach. He went down, hard. "Medic!" someone screamed. Brennan ran, low, fast, reached Rivera, looked at the wounds. Chest, bubbling. Stomach, intestines visible. Critical, fatal, without surgery, without a hospital. Brennan pulled morphine, gave it. Rivera's eyes focused. "Sarge!" Rivera gasped. "You're okay," Brennan lied. "You're okay." Rivera's eyes closed. His breathing slowed, stopped, gone. One of 5 replacements. Dead in his first firefight. 60 seconds of combat. "Brennan, move!" Zombies screamed. The medic left the body, ran, found cover, shaking. One day, he'd kept Rivera alive. One day. One day of training. 60 seconds of fighting. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. The firefight lasted 10 minutes. Steel angels fired into buildings. HE rounds. Smoke. Fire. Destruction. The infantry advanced. Room to room. House to house. Grenades. Rifles. Bayonets. Close quarters. Walsh, another replacement, froze. Saw a German. Rifle raised. Couldn't pull the trigger. The German could. Shot Walsh in the face. The accountant from Boston fell. Dead. 2 replacements gone in 10 minutes. Garrett killed the German. Shot him twice. Center mass. Then shot him again, making sure. Foster cleared a room. 3 Germans inside. His rifle barked. 8 shots. 3 dead Germans. He reloaded, moved on. Farm boy, calm under fire. Park moved like smoke. Silent, efficient. Killed 2 Germans with his bayonet. Didn't waste ammunition. The veterans, Hayes, Wojcik, Rousseau, Chen, DeMarco, killed methodically. Professional. Practiced. No wasted motion. No hesitation. Zombie led from the front. First through doors. First upstairs. Bold. Decisive. That dead stare. That fearless calm. He killed 4 Germans. Shot 3. Bayoneted 1. Moved on. By the time the village was clear, 20 Germans were dead. 5 surrendered, and Easy Company had lost 2 men. Killed, plus 12 wounded. Zombie squad, 9. Started the day with 12. Lost Rivera and Walsh, down to 10. But the village was theirs. The road was open. Sainte-Mère-Église was 1 kilometer ahead. The column reorganized, tended wounded, collected dead, moved on. 1 kilometer. No more resistance. The Germans had pulled back, consolidated, dug in elsewhere. At 1100 hours, 11 a.m., D plus 1, Easy Company reached Sainte-Mère-Église. The town was a battlefield. Bullet holes, scorch marks, bodies. American paratroopers, German soldiers, mixed together. But the Americans held it, barely. Captain James Ford, 82nd Airborne, met Reynolds at the town square. Lieutenant. Ford grinned. Tired. exhausted, but grinning. "You're a sight for sore eyes, Captain." Reynolds saluted. "Easy company, 8th Infantry. We're here to relieve you." "Relieve us?" Ford laughed. "Son, we're not going anywhere. We're paratroopers. We hold what we take. But we'll gladly share the position. Welcome to Sainte-Mère-Église." He looked at Easy Company. 107 men now, after the village fight. "You guys look rough." "Long day," Reynolds said. "Long day and a half." "Yeah," Ford nodded. "I know the feeling. We dropped at midnight. Been fighting since. Lost half my battalion. But we held. And now you're here. So we'll hold together. What do you need?" "Everything. Ammunition, food, water, medical supplies, and rest. We haven't slept in 36 hours. You'll get it all." Reynolds turned to his company. "Find positions. Dig in. Integrate with the airborne. This is our home now. We're holding this town." The company dispersed, finding buildings, finding positions, settling in. Zombie's squad found a house, 2 stories, stone, defensible. They set up on the 2nd floor, windows facing north, toward where the Germans would come, if they came, when they came. Zombie looked at his squad. 10 men. Started D-Day with 12. Lost 6 original members in 18 hours. Gained 5 replacements. Lost 2 of them in one firefight. 10 men. Hayes, Wojcik, Russo, Chen, DeMarco, Brennan, Garrett, Foster, Park, and himself. How many of these 10 would see tomorrow? He didn't know. Couldn't know. He just knew they'd fight. When the time came, they'd fight. That was enough. For now. Night fell on Sainte-Mère-Église. D+1 ended. June 7th, 1944 became June 8th, D+2. The town was quiet, watchful. Men on guard, men sleeping, men writing letters, men praying. Zombie sat by a window, 2nd floor, watching the northern approach, rifle across his lap, waiting. Behind him, his squad slept, fitfully. Nightmares. They'd all have nightmares now, for the rest of their lives. He pulled out the dog tags, 8 sets now. Added Rivera and Walsh to the collection. Turner, Sully, Tiny, Delacroix, Kowalski, Hutto, Rivera, Walsh. 8 boys. Gone in 36 hours. He'd write letters, tomorrow, when there was time, when there was paper, when he could find words. "Dear Mrs. Rivera, your son died 60 seconds into his first firefight. He never had a chance. I'm sorry. Dear Mrs. Walsh, your son froze. Couldn't pull the trigger. A German shot him in the face. I'm sorry. The truth, the terrible truth, the truth their families deserved, but wouldn't want, couldn't handle. So he'd lie. Mercy lies. He died bravely. He died serving his country. He died with his brothers. The lies that let families sleep at night. The lies that let Zombie keep sending boys to die. He looked at the sky. Stars visible. Beautiful. The war didn't touch them. They didn't care. Tomorrow the advance would continue. Toward Cherbourg. Toward the ports. Toward Germany. More fighting. More dying. More letters. Until it was over. Whenever that was. Zombie put the dog tags away, picked up his rifle, kept watch. That was the job. Keep watch, keep fighting, keep moving. Until you couldn't. Until you joined the dead. Until it was over. A zombie indeed. Dawn broke cold over St. Mary Glees. Zombie woke to the sound of artillery. Distant. American. The big guns were inland now. 155s, long toms, firing missions, pounding German positions deeper in France, softening them up, preparing the way. He sat up. His back ached. He'd slept, if you could call it sleep, sitting against a stone wall, rifle across his lap. Ready. Always ready. Around him his squad stirred, Hayes already awake. The scout never really slept, just rested, eyes always half open, watching. Wojcik groaned, stretched, his joints popping. Too young to feel this old, but combat aged you, years in hours. Rousseau clutched his rosary, praying, morning prayers, same as always, ritual, grounding. Chen checked his radio, still damaged, but he carried it anyway. Habit, duty. DeMarco examined his wounds, multiple now, accumulated. The big man was running on will alone. Brennan sat apart, staring at nothing. That medic's stare. The look of a man who'd held too many dying soldiers, who'd failed too many times, who kept trying anyway. The replacements, Garrett, Foster, Park, were awake. Quiet, processing. Their second day in combat. They'd survived the village, watched Rivera and Walsh die, learned the first lesson of war. You could die, anytime, anywhere, for no reason. They would. Or they wouldn't. War didn't care. Zombies stood, stretched, looked out the window. The town was waking. Paratroopers moving. 4th Infantry moving. Officers conferring. Radios crackling. Orders were coming. He could feel it. The briefing came at 0630. Captain Reynolds gathered Easy Company, what was left of it. 105 men, after yesterday's losses in the village. "Listen up," Reynolds said, his voice hoarse. 2 days of commanding, 2 days of losing men. Battalion has new orders. Hill 30, 3 kilometers northeast. High ground overlooking the entire sector. Germans are dug in. Company strength, maybe more. We're taking it. Today. He pointed at a map. The hill was marked. Elevation 300 meters. Strategic. Critical. Whoever held it could observe the entire area, could direct artillery, could control the battlefield. Task Force Reynolds, that's us. Easy Company leads. Dog Company supports. We'll have armor, 10 Shermans from 2nd Armored, artillery support, air support if the weather holds. Reynolds looked at his men, saw the exhaustion, the fear, the determination. We move out at 0700, 1 hour. Check your equipment, load ammunition, eat if you can. This is going to be hard. The Germans know we're coming. They'll fight. But we need that hill. Understood? Understood, sir, the men replied. Dismissed. The company dispersed. Preparing, loading, eating. Some writing letters. Last letters, just in case. Zombie gathered his squad. 10 men, Veterans and replacements mixed. Hill 30, Zombie said, his voice flat. Dead. 3 clicks. Uphill. Defended. Expect heavy resistance. Expect casualties. Stay spread. Stay moving. Don't bunch. Don't stop. Clear? Clear, they said. Garrett, you're on point with Hayes. Foster, you're with Chen on the radio. Park, you're with me. DeMarco, Wojcik, Russo, standard positions. Brennan, stay close. We're going to need you. The squad nodded, checked weapons, loaded magazines, fixed bayonets. Ready. Steel Angels rolled up at 0645. Webb stood in the turret, his face still bandaged, but healing, mobile, ready to fight. Morning, Zombie. Morning, Marcus. You heard? Hill 30. Yeah. Webb nodded, looked at. The hill in the distance, visible from here. 3 kilometers. Uphill. Forested. Perfect defensive position. This is going to be bad, Webb said quietly. I know. My crew's green. Anderson and Miller. The gunner and loader. They're trying, but they're not Eddie and James. Nobody is. Yeah. Webb looked at Zombie. That dead stare. That 1,000-yard stare between them. You ready for this? No. But we're doing it anyway. Webb smiled, grim. Yeah, that's about right. He dropped into the turret, sealed the hatch. Steel Angels rumbled forward, joining the column. 10 Shermans, 105 infantry, against however many Germans held that hill. Long odds, terrible odds, but they were Americans, and Americans didn't quit. They just died trying. The column moved out at 0700. Task Force Reynolds, Easy Company, Dog Company, 10 tanks, 210 men total. They advanced in tactical formation. Scouts forward, infantry center, tanks distributed, security on flanks. Professional, organized, deadly. The first kilometer was quiet. Rolling countryside, hedgerows, fields, beautiful land, if you ignored the war. The second kilometer brought resistance, German outposts, squad strength, dug in, delaying actions. The Americans crushed them, overwhelming firepower. Shermans firing HE, infantry assaulting. Germans dying or retreating. Task Force Reynolds lost 3 men, wounded. None from Zombie's squad. Small blessings. The third kilometer was hell. The Germans had prepared the approach to Hill 30. Minefields, wire, trenches, machine gun nests, mortar pits, anti-tank positions, and infantry. Lots of infantry. A full company, maybe more. Wehrmacht. Good troops. Veterans. Dug in. Waiting. When Task Force Reynolds reached 500 meters from the hill, the Germans opened fire. MG-42s. Dozens of them. Interlocking fields of fire. Tracers cut across the open ground. Men fell, screaming, dying. "Take cover," Reynolds screamed. The Americans dove. Ditches, craters, depressions, anything. The Shermans kept moving. 10 tanks, advancing, firing. HE rounds into German positions, suppressing, killing. A Pak-40 fired. Anti-tank gun, hidden in the tree line. The round hit a Sherman. Dog Company's tank. Penetrated. The tank brewed up. Fire. Smoke. Crew bailing. 2 made it out. 3 didn't. 9 tanks left. Mortars! Someone screamed. 81mm rounds fell. Plunging fire. Explosions. Shrapnel. Men dying. Task Force Reynolds was pinned 500 meters from the hill, taking casualties, unable to advance. Reynolds grabbed his radio. Battalion, Reynolds, we're pinned. Repeat, pinned. Request artillery support. Request air support. We need fire on Hill 30. The radio crackled. Roger, Reynolds. Fire mission approved. Adjust your position. Danger close. Rounds inbound 2 minutes. Reynolds keyed the company net. All units, artillery inbound. Danger close. Get your heads down. The men pressed flat, waiting. 2 minutes felt like 2 hours. The artillery arrived at 08:15. American 155s, long toms, 8 guns, firing in unison. High explosive shells, 30 pounds each, 64 of them. 8 guns times 8 rounds. The barrage hit Hill 30 like the hammer of God. Explosions, orange and black, fire and smoke, trees splintered, dirt geysered, German positions obliterated. The barrage lasted 60 seconds, 8 rounds per gun, methodical, devastating. When it ended, Hill 30 was on fire. Smoke, dust, screaming. Go, 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 Reynolds screamed. Task Force Reynolds surged forward. 200 men, 9 tanks, charging uphill, into the smoke, into the fire, into the Germans. Zombie ran, rifle in both hands, bayonet fixed. His squad beside him. Hayes, Warchick, Rousseau, Chen, DeMarco, Brennan, Garrett, Foster, Park. 10 men, running toward machine guns, running toward death. 300 meters from the hill, 250, 200. Germans appeared through the smoke, dazed, concussed, but still fighting. Car 98Ks firing, MP40s chattering. Foster took a round, shoulder. He spun, fell. Brennan was already moving, reached him, checked the wound, through and through. Muscle damage, painful but survivable. You're okay. Stay down. Brennan gave morphine, bandaged the wound, moved on. Foster stayed, out of the fight, but alive. 150 meters. A German machine gun nest. Survived the barrage. MG-42. Opened fire. The buzzsaw sound. Garrett saw it. Pulled a grenade. Threw. Good arm. The grenade landed in the nest. Exploded. The gun went silent. 100 meters. Steel Angels fired. The 75 roaring. HE rounds into German positions. Anderson, the new gunner, was getting better. Faster. More accurate. Not Eddie Kowalski, but competent. The tank rolled uphill. Tracks biting dirt. Engine screaming. A Panzerfaust fired. German soldier, hidden in the trees. The rocket screamed toward Steel Angels. Webb saw it. Driver, left. Castellano turned. Hard. The Sherman pivoted. The rocket missed. By meters. Hit a tree. Exploded. Hayes shot the German. The scout's rifle cracked. The German fell. 50 meters from the summit. The Germans counterattacked. Not retreating. Attacking. Charging downhill. 30 men. Desperate. Suicidal. Trying to throw the Americans back. The two forces collided. Hand to hand. Bayonets. Rifle butts. Knives. Fists. Primal. Savage. Zombie killed 2. Shot 1. Bayoneted another. Moved on. Hayes killed 3. Fast. Efficient. Veteran. Wojciech grappled with a German. Bigger. Stronger. But Wojciech was Detroit tough. He broke the man's arm. Then his neck. Russo fired until empty. Then used his rifle as a club. Swinging. Breaking bones. Chen shot a German charging at him. Point blank. The man's chest exploded. DeMarco, wounded, exhausted, running on empty, grabbed a German and threw him off the hill. Literally threw him. The German fell 20 meters. Didn't get up. Garrett fought with precision. Rifle. Bayonet. Efficient. Practiced from training. Natural soldier. Park moved like water. Smooth. Deadly. Killed 2 Germans without making a sound. Brennan didn't fight. He watched. Waited. But when a German charged him, he shot. Center mass. The German fell. Brennan stared at his hands. A medic. A killer. The lines blurred. 30 seconds. That's how long the melee lasted. Then it was over. The Germans dead or fleeing. The Americans standing, bleeding, panting, alive. 20 meters from the summit. The final push was chaos. Germans in bunkers, in trenches, fighting to the last. This was their hill. They'd held it for 4 years. Since the occupation, they wouldn't give it up. But the Americans were coming, with tanks, with artillery, with fury. Steel Angels rolled to the summit, fired point blank into a bunker. The HE round entered through the firing slit, exploded inside. The bunker disintegrated. Infantry poured into trenches. Grenades, rifles, bayonets. Close quarters. No mercy. Zombie led from the front. First into every position. Bold. Decisive. That dead stare. That fearless calm. He killed 4 more Germans. Lost count of how many total. Didn't matter. Just kept fighting. A German officer, a captain, maybe 30 years old, raised his pistol. Aimed at Zombie. Fired. The round missed. Close. Zombie felt it pass his ear. He shot the captain. 3 times. Center mass. The German fell. And then there were no more Germans. Dead. Fled. Surrendered. Gone. The hill was American, but the cost was terrible. Task Force Reynolds had started with 210 men. Now, 143. 67 casualties. 32%. Easy Company. 92 men remaining. 13 KIA. Multiple wounded. Dog Company. 51 men remaining. Heavy losses. Tank losses. 3 Shermans destroyed. 7 operational. Zombie Squad. 8. Started the day with 10. Lost Foster, wounded, evacuated. Lost DeMarco. DeMarco had died on the summit, shot by the German captain, the same Captain Zombie. Killed. DeMarco took the round meant for someone else. Chest shot. Died instantly. The big man from Queens, the bricklayer, gone. 8 men now. Zombie, Hayes, Wojcik, Rousseau, Chen, Brennan, Garrett, Park. Of the original 12 from D-Day morning, 4 remained. Zombie, Hayes, Wojcik, Rousseau, plus Chen. 5 originals. 3 had been wounded and evacuated. Ortega, Foster counting as an original by now, and 8 were dead. Turner, Sully, Tiny, Delacroix, DeMarco. 8 originals gone, plus the tank crew, Kowalski, Hutto, plus the replacements, Rivera, Walsh. 11 dead total in 3 days from Zombie's sphere of influence. How many more before Germany? Zombie stood at the summit, looking out over France. Behind him, the beach, Utah Beach, the ocean, the fleet, the staging ground, where it had all begun 72 hours ago. Ahead, France, fields, forests, villages, roads, rivers, and beyond that, Germany, the enemy homeland, where this would end someday. But first, all of France, all of Belgium, all of Holland, every meter paid for in blood. He looked at his squad, what was left of it. Hayes, alive, unwounded, the scout, the survivor. Wojcik, alive, exhausted, shell-shocked, but standing. Rousseau, alive, his rosary broken, beads scattered somewhere on the hill. He looked lost without it. Chen, alive, radio destroyed finally. A German bullet through the SCR-300, but Chen intact. Brennan, alive, broken. The medic had tried to save DeMarco. Couldn't. Too fast, too fatal. Another failure to carry. Garrett, alive, proving himself. Good soldier, natural leader. Would probably make corporal soon, if he survived. Park, alive, steady, reliable, the quiet one, the one nobody noticed until they needed him. 7 men, 12 minus 5. Again, always the math, always counting the living, the dead. Zombie pulled out the dog tags. 11 sets now. He'd collected DeMarco's on the summit, added it to the others. Turner, Sully, Tiny, Delacroix, Kowalski, Hutto, Rivera, Walsh, DeMarco. Ortega's tags he'd sent with the medics. Foster's too. 9 dead. 2 wounded evacuated. 11 gone from his immediate squad. He'd write letters, tonight, tomorrow, whenever there was time. Dear Mrs. DeMarco, your son died saving me. He took a bullet meant for someone else. He was brave. He was strong. He died a hero. The truth this time. DeMarco had died a hero. Not all of them had, but DeMarco had. Small comfort, but something. Captain Reynolds found Zombie an hour later. The captain looked destroyed, his uniform filthy, face gaunt, eyes hollow. 3 days of command, 3 days of losing men, 67 casualties from his company alone. "Sergeant Thompson," Reynolds said, his voice barely a whisper. Zombie turned, saluted. "Sir, we held. We took the hill. Mission accomplished." "Yes, sir. We started D-Day with 190 men. We've got 92 left. 98 casualties. 52%. In 3 days." Zombies said nothing. What was there to say? "Battalion sending relief. Charlie Company. Fresh troops. They'll hold the hill. We're going to the rear. Rest. Refit. Replacements." "How long, sir?" 1 week. Maybe 2. Then we're back in. Push toward Cherbourg. Then the breakout. Then Paris. Then Germany." Reynolds looked at Zombie. Really looked. Saw that 1,000-yard stare. That dead man's face. "You've lost 11 men, Sergeant." "Yes, sir." "Your squad's been through hell." "Yes, sir." "You've been recommended for the Silver Star. Might be upgraded to the Distinguished Service Cross. Maybe the Medal of Honor. Your actions on D-Day. The Panzer kill. This hill. You've been extraordinary. Don't want it, sir. I know. But you're getting it anyway. Because men need heroes. Men need to believe that what we're doing matters. That the dying means something. You're that hero. Whether you want to be or not." Zombie looked at Reynolds. Saw the exhaustion. The weight. The burden of command. "You're a hero too, sir. You brought us this far. I brought them to die," Reynolds said, his voice cracking. 98 men. Half my company. Gone in 3 days. "You brought them to liberate France," Zombie said. "To free people. To stop Hitler. They died doing that. That means something. Does it?" "It has to. Or what's the point?" Reynolds nodded, slowly. Yeah, you're right." He straightened, put the command face back on. The mask that said, "I'm fine. Follow me. We'll win." "Mount up, Sergeant. We're moving out in 30. Back to the beach. Rest. Refit. Rebuild. Then we do it again." "Yes, sir." Reynolds walked away, carrying his burden. His 98 dead. His responsibility. His guilt. Zombie understood. He carried his own. The squad gathered. 7 men. Hayes, Wojcik, Russo, Chen, Brennan, Garrett, Park. "Listen up," Zombie said, his voice flat, dead. "We're pulling back. 1 week, maybe 2. Rest. Then we go back in. We'll get replacements. 5 more. Back to 12. Train them. Fight with them. Watch some of them die. That's the job. That's war." His squad nodded. Understood. Expected nothing else. "We did good," Zombie continued. D-Day. The counterattack. The village. This hill. We accomplished the mission. We killed the enemy. We took ground. Men died doing it. Turner, Sully, Tiny, Delacroix, DeMarco, Kowalski, Hutto, Rivera, Walsh, and more will die before Germany, before it's over." He paused, looked at each man. "But we're alive. Right now. Today. We're alive." And that means we keep going. We fight. We survive. We go home. Someday. Maybe. If we're lucky. If we're smart. If God doesn't roll the dice wrong. Sarge, Garrett said quietly, how do you do it? How do you keep going? After losing so many. Zombie looked at him. That 1,000-yard stare. Because I'm already dead, Garrett. I died back home. Before the war. What's walking around is just a zombie. And zombies don't stop. They just keep moving. Keep fighting. Until something finally puts them down. The squad stared at him, understanding. Finally understanding the name, the stare, the calm, the fearlessness. He had nothing left to lose, because he'd lost it all already, years ago, in a barn in Pennsylvania. So he fought, and he'd keep fighting, until a German bullet found him, until a shell had his name on it, until the war ended, whichever came first. On your feet, Zombie said. We move out in 5. They stood, collected their gear, what little remained, left the hill, left the dead, left the victory, walked back toward the beach, toward rest, toward safety, temporary safety. Tomorrow they'd rebuild, train, prepare, then back to the war, back to the dying, back to France, Belgium, Holland, Germany, however long it took, however many died, until it was over. That night, Zombie sat on the beach, Utah Beach, where it had started 72 hours ago. The fleet was still there, smaller now. Most ships had returned to England for more men, more supplies, more fuel for the war machine. But some remained, hospital ships, red crosses painted on their sides, taking the wounded home, the ones who'd survived, the ones who'd lost limbs, lost eyes, lost futures. Ortega was on one of those ships, heading to England, then America, home, without his leg, but alive. Foster was on another, heading to a field hospital, then back to duty. Maybe, if the shoulder healed right. Webb found Zombie, sat beside him. They said nothing for a long time, just watched the ocean, watched the waves, eternal, uncaring. Eddie and James, Webb said finally. I can't stop thinking about them. Kowalski joking about the tank name. Hutto talking about his peach farm. They were just kids. Yeah, and DeMarco, your guy. He was good, solid. Yeah. How many more, Eric? How many more do we lose before Berlin? Zombie shook his head. I don't know, Marcus. All of them? None of them? There's no way to know. I'm tired, Webb said. Not physically, I mean. He gestured vaguely at his head. Here. I'm tired here. I know. But we keep going. We keep going. Why? Because if we don't, they died for nothing. Turner, Sully, Tiny, all of them. If we quit, if we stop, if we give up, they died for nothing. So we keep going. We finish this. We reach Berlin. We end it. And then we go home. And we remember them. That's all we can do. Webb nodded. Yeah. Yeah, okay. They sat in silence. 2 survivors, 2 brothers, watching the ocean, preparing for tomorrow, for the next fight, for the long road ahead. France was just the beginning. Belgium, Holland, the Rhine, the Bulge, Germany itself. Months, maybe years, of fighting, dying, surviving. But they'd do it, together, for the ones who'd fallen, for the ones still standing, for the world they were fighting to save. However long it took, Zombie stood, walked to the water's edge, let the waves wash over his boots. Cold, clean, salt and foam. He looked east, toward Germany, toward the future, toward the end, whenever that was. Behind him, his squad, 7 men, good men, survivors. Ahead, the war, months of war, years maybe, until victory, until surrender, until peace. He'd lead them, train them, fight with them, watch some die, save others, keep moving, keep fighting, because that's what zombies do. They don't stop, they don't quit, they just keep moving forward until something stops them, and nothing had stopped Zombie yet. He turned back, walked to his squad. They were waiting, always waiting, for orders, for leadership, for someone to tell them what to do, where to go, how to survive. "Let's go," Zombie said. "We've got work to do." And they followed, because that's what soldiers do. They follow, they fight, they die, they survive, and they keep going, always forward, never back, until it's over, until they go home.